on the story for like 4 hours, and I haven't made any progress at all. And now I gotta go pee.
Well, that's a lovely introduction for YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Welcome, and welcome everybody back to the stream. I am Zim, and we are doing some PowerWash Simulator alongside Rygone. Well, Rygone Plays isn't joining me, but we're hanging out with Rygone.
Hello. See, is that kind of self-confidence, my chat? Be more like the Umbreon. Ask that rock out on a date.
Wait, why are they asking me out on a date?
Because you're cute. Okay, BRB.
Okay. Kitsu, no, I'm not. And you're proving my point by doing all of this. Clearly, if I really was, nobody would be bombarding me like that.
Row.
Animal! Hello there.
Oh.
How are you, Wernie?
I'm on fire.
Laza
Quickly,
is
put me out.
sending love to everyone.
Oh wait, I'm not on fire. Oh, okay.
Thank you for the loves, Lars. You're bored? Well, I will be happy to entertain you. In fact, why don't you come on Voice Wernimal and we can discuss Amos.
We can discuss Amos, we can discuss TF.
Oh yeah, TF is always fun to discuss.
Oh yeah. Just like that art I just sent you.
Did you send me more or the same one?
No, it's just the one I sent you earlier.
Oh, okay.
It's so good. I'm so happy with it.
I also posted the Growlithe TF piece that I got today.
Did you? Oh, that's awesome.
Well, I mean, it is TF Tuesday, so...
That is fair. Opinion on Inside Job, the show? I've never seen it, so my opinion is no. I have pudding on my head. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
So, what story are you writing?
The Rockwell one.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what about
I can't go into... What about Pokerol? Ooh, that's a good question. What about it?
Well, if you're struggling with coming up with stuff for that, why not take a break? I'm pretty sure.
But I haven't even started the story.
Well, yeah, but you could come back, go do something else. If you're just facing that writer's block.
No, it's not writer's block. It's just literally me being incapable. Yeah. It's like one of those things where, like, I know I can drive a car, and I got no problem driving a car. I just can't drive the car.
Okay. Oh, did you, Werenimal? I must see this.
Ooh, what did Were Animal do?
You should pop up in my chat, by the way.
No.
Yeah, you should. But he just
Oh,
doodled some rock TF.
Oh, yay! Maybe I can get some inspiration.
Send it to me on Telegram, Werenimal. Very nice. So, Werenimal, how do we pull Amos out of his shell? He's not a Squirtle. He's not allowed to have a shell. So how do we pull him out?
Oh, TOS, ordinary TOS.
Oh, they're breading you over there?
He is.
Yeah, you gotta do that with him when he's a Vaporeon. Because did you know that in terms of... And I'm stopping that there. Soggy toast.
They have the best soggy toast.
So when are we gonna get a toasty on?
When I lay out the breadcrumbs.
Oh. Or we could just turn you into a toasty on.
Well, technically every evolution is a toastion. Because they all can loaf. They all can turn to loaves.
What do you mean you always knew I liked soggy toast?
Alright, let's pop out your chat, see what's up.
Well, Werenimal, we could work together instead of you having to figure it out on your own, you know. This is collaborative storytelling, after all. We want to find ways to bring you out. Background characters are not allowed. Well, not background players are not allowed. Let us know Amos. Let us feel his presence.
I want to experience the Amos.
Let us admire the Amos. What did you say?
What?
What did you say?
I said I want to experience the Amos.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I can't do anything for all of you. You're all the ones with like all the dirty minds and shit. I'm just an innocent little Umbreon. I have no concept of such things. My morals are literally toast and bread.
And getting bread.
Yeah. Wait.
Well, Lars, we're not really looking for that kind of thing at the moment. But Wernimal, you are, you know, eventually I'm just gonna come in and force you to interact. Because Jet is going to, you know, try and get to know Amos. So we could figure it out now, you know, in an easier setting, or you can just be put on the spot. The choice
Probably
is
wouldn't
yours.
be a bad idea. Because I do want to see a little bit more from Amos. I think they've been around long enough that they can probably do a little bit more than a shrug and a eye roll. But I will admit your character has grown, and I'm glad to see them having grown a bit. But now I just want to see a little bit more direction. I want to see a little bit of personality.
Even people that are laid back have personalities. But I am very much one that is happy to drag people kicking and screaming into the spotlight. Just ask Rob. Rob was not expecting to have to figure out his home plane so quickly. But I decided I had enough of him being in the background, so I dragged him out. Hey there, Sour Dusk. It's great to see you. How is the Cloud Dog? It's more a matter of you're in a game that you should be playing with everybody, Kieran.
Oh, I mean, it's a role-playing game. One needs to role-play.
But no, I very much just... I just very much want to make sure everybody gets their time in the spotlight.
I'm sorry, Sabaz. It did not hit the corner.
You're tweaking a model. What for, Sour? And in what way? So yeah, Rygone, you did want to talk about campaign stuff. At least that's what I understood.
Yeah, I'm just kind of flitting back and forth between Poker Roll and this story that I'm still haven't even written a single word of.
Yeah, you were going to be doing some game development. I assumed you were talking about Starlight.
Yes.
So yeah, let me help.
Although, now that Spirit teased me, now my mind is just kind of like racing on that like 50,000 word novel. Like, what would that even look like? I don't know. My mind is all over the place. I need to take a pill. I need to take my pill so I can concentrate.
Okay.
Maybe if I take all of them at once, I would be super smart. All but one?
No. Only one.
Only one?
Or however much you are supposed to take.
Out of them?
No.
Oh, okay. Speaking of which, I'm about out of medication. So that means I'm going to have to order more. But I can't order more because I don't have any concentration. Therefore, there will be no more work on Pokerole until I have medication.
Then I will call and order you some.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how, but I will do it. Because I want Pokeball.
Yeah, Kai, I have ADHD, so I take medication to help me concentrate. I took all the pills.
Oh, nice, Sour Dusk. Oh, we need to boil him to get him concentrated?
What? No, my chat just throws big old Pokeballs at me. They're like, work. And I'm like, no, I'm in too much pain.
Oh, Lars, so during the Guild Tales game, Rob's character had just been in the background for quite a while, figuring out the group and stuff. And then I just, Nim just was like, so, who are you? And started dragging all of this stuff out of him, making him have to come up with it on the spot. I felt a little bad, but at the same time, he should have had it in mind. Especially
I'd say
since
be thinking about it, Amos. Yeah. I'd say be thinking about it, Amos, because if Zim here doesn't, I was planning on doing it next session anyway.
I am hoping that Amos heard that about figuring it out.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be a figuring it out, but they're going to be very much interacted with. What is my favorite game? The Talos Principle. I like the Talos Principle a lot. It's a very clever game, very casual, it's smart, and I just love the story in it.
Okay, I think Wernimal, I think Wernimal heard based on the existential crisis screaming in the chat.
Good. Because I have an excellent character who's going to very much be interested in all about your character. Yeah. That said, who knows what this Saturday is going to be looking like? One big hug for the Bree? Yeah, I like hugs. And are you allowed to join today's voice call? I mean, I'm kind of wanting to keep it small because I am trying to actually concentrate on this story.
Yeah, I would kind of rather that too.
I even debated, talking to Zimbo. I did promise. And it's not like I was getting anywhere on my own anyway.
Well, I'm
yeah,
here
Tofu, just go ahead.
I'm here to help bounce ideas off of.
Maybe not for this story.
That's fair. At least not here on Twitch, but...
Yeah.
That's why I figured you could work on maybe something else, like a different story or Pokerole or something that.
I'm burned out on Pokerole.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I need at least a couple days to recuperate.
Yeah, I was honestly rather surprised when you messaged me, was like, you want to help me game development thing? And I was like, okay. I'm not going to say no, but...
Yeah, that's when I was in a mood for it, and now my mood is declined. It's just like, bleh.
Ah.
See you, Savez. Have a good night. And yeah, Tofu, like, yeah, we can voice chat again sometime. You just gotta ask. Oh, that's one of the reasons I took my medication, Jan. I'm hoping that'll give me the energy and concentration again to keep going. That'll probably keep me up a little bit, so I'll probably be staying up a little longer than I intend to. And then I'll be tired. And then I'll get yelled at and fired by my boss.
No.
But I do seriously need to get that paperwork at work done. It's starting to mount, and it's becoming an issue.
Anything there I can help with?
Not particularly. I just need to stop being so anxious about getting it done. Like, they don't leave me a lot of time in the day to get it done, and then when I come home, it's like, well, I don't want to do it at home. So, and the last 3 weeks has been a bit of a shit show on just me getting access to the stuff so I can get it done. So it's just one of those things where now it's mounting and building, and part of it I can't get done, and the other part I'm just becoming anxious to even do. Oh yeah, Neon. I have dysthemia, anxiety, and ADHD. So they're fun. They're a fun combination. It just kind of amounts to like I get nothing done, like ever.
As far as things I've been officially diagnosed with, it's just ADHD and Asperger's, though that's now no longer a thing and just bundled up with autism itself.
Yeah, autism spectrum disorder. They did that specifically because the way autism can manifest in a few different ways. So putting it on a spectrum was much easier to work with than just having a bunch of individualized diagnoses.
Yeah.
You should have expected the giant toast, but you didn't expect the giant toast? I mean, it's delicious.
No one expects the Toast Inquisition.
I got followed by Toasty Bagel! I want to nom you.
No nomming the viewers. Unless
Nom,
they're
nom,
into
nom,
that.
nom, nom, nom.
Ow! Hi, Spaz. Oh yeah, anxiety as well. That's another one that I keep forgetting to include. There's also undifferentiated somatoform disorder. So I think that one's also been done away with and bundled up somewhere else as well.
I believe so, yes. Giant toast. Well, you have sacrificed giant toast to me, Toasty, so I shall eat it instead of you. Yep. And that's why it's important for me to eventually get my medication, and I need to stop being a putz and actually order the dang thing. I just keep not doing it. Because that's like literally the most difficult thing for me to do is just stuff.
I really wish that these medications would just have an auto, renew every month. They just ship it.
Yeah, right? Yeah. One of my medications is controlled, though, so I have to see the doc every 3 months so I can keep getting it.
Oh.
And it's like, for me, it's like, I can get why it's controlled and whatnot. It does have some addictive properties, but like half the time I forget to take the damn thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you're liking the emotes, Toasty. Yeah, very cute, just like me. How's everyone doing right now? I'm depressed.
What? Amos!
Hello.
Hello.
Alright, time for poker roll session.
Oh no.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Can't
Yes,
stay awake
master.
that late.
I do the
I'm-
poker roll now.
No, I was kidding. We're not doing poker roll right now.
I do the poker roll.
No.
Roll your favorite moves. Dexterity alert, survival alert.
I thought it was insight survival alert.
I'm such a bad DM.
No, you're not. You are
sorry.
fan-fucking-tastic.
I'm sorry.
Amos
should go commit
casts
Sudoku.
fireball.
So yeah, we're going to drag you into the spotlight, so you should really think about that, Wernie.
Yeah. See if my brain can export any decent ideas on how to do a character other than no thoughts head empty.
Well, I could help. How
that's good
much?
on.
So have you? I'm not sure how much long-term experience you've had with such things. How much have you had with tabletop or just playing a character in general?
I mean, some. I think the best I did was probably with when I played Calvin, my Fox Rogue in Port to Port campaign that Skystake did.
Okay, and what did you do
My
there?
character kind of became a meme because I kept licking things that should not be licked
Okay.
and doing other dumb Fox things.
You sound like Argus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they could be they were kind of like Argus a bit. And they would row unexpectedly.
Row. That's the best part of being a fox, is being able to roar unexpectedly.
Also, that character I would roll so good on my shots because I was like I was a rogue, but I was a gunslinging rogue because there are campaigns in like the 1800s or whatever, or 1700s or 1600s, I forget when. But so I had like a flintlock pistol, and I was just popping people from stupid amounts of distances and stuff. Like they had like this one mage just like about to cast something that could just game end another player. My character just pops out around a corner to get that good sneak attack damage, and just pops this powerful mage in like one shot in the head.
Nice. But what about the
like-
character themselves? Like, abilities are one thing, but what was the character? Like, who were they? You know? That's what we want to figure out.
Yeah.
Yeah, who were they? And you can tell it to me in private if you wish. I mean, I could have sworn we had this conversation, though. Or maybe we
Well, I'm
didn't.
talking about Calvin, you know.
Yeah, that character.
Oh, I thought it was Amos we were talking about.
I mean, they're... I'm always bad at describing. But...
Take your time.
Yeah. Not like we're in a rush here. I'm just, I'm trying to get those creative juices flowing.
Yeah.
Get you thinking about this stuff.
Yeah. So basically, the character was this, like, kind of pirate thief guy for, you know, as a rogue, swashbuckling rogue. And, so he... If I can word, I just need to put the words together in my brain.
And to answer your question real quick, I do know Zebra Pig. We stream together sometimes. Try to Amos?
Brow. So the character is like, I mean, he's a, like, you know, kind of trying to find the right word to kind of describe him. Like he tries to be like serious and kind of like tries to act like a badass with like his skills and stuff, but he has like the fox brain occasionally coming out, and he does like something kind of silly and fox like, because well he's a fox morph, which it was later revealed in that campaign that he was actually once a human, but he got cursed and now he's a fox. So now he has like the fox instincts occasionally coming out and doing that.
Did he know that he
him.
was cursed?
Yeah, he knows he was cursed.
How did he handle the curse?
He was not happy with it for a while, and then it slowly grew on him. The having the tail and fur and all that. So he kind of misses, I don't really go into it much, but he says, how like humans view him now, like other people, because he's no longer a human.
Mm-hmm.
And he's, that's I guess a little upsetting for him.
Fair.
And he says he like wants to figure out how to reverse the curse, but he honestly probably doesn't really want to at this point, after he's been in that form for years.
Are you still playing him?
Yeah, whenever that campaign starts up again.
One of those.
Yeah, everyone's kind of been busy, so getting a time where everyone can get together and do it again has been a challenge.
Yeah.
So parkour. Getting creative juices flowing isn't necessarily a start thinking and you bonk yourself. No, it's about asking questions in general, at least the way I look at it. Ask questions, like, for example, to get those creative juices flowing. Amos woke up as a Growlithe. What do? He wasn't a Growlithe before.
Yep, and he has no idea what the fuck is going on.
Say flow with that. How would you react if you were suddenly woke up in a situation you didn't know what was going on?
Yeah. Like, Amos has been, like, just thrown into this. Like, he like, wakes up and then suddenly he's, like, running into these other people and following along on this quest and crazy shit is happening, and he just, like, doesn't have any time to, like, mentally process what the fuck is going on or what has happened to him or any of that. He's just, like, keeping busy, I guess, trying to ignore all the existential crisis.
Okay, but now, so I know you weren't here last night, but basically, it's okay if I reveals, what happened last time, right, Rygone?
Yeah. What?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
basically, the last couple sessions, you have been unconscious, being carried around. We have just arrived at a house in the middle of a ruined part of the city. We've got some downtime. So, after the whole waking up and being like, oh god, what happened? How are you going to respond now that you have the downtime to actually process things?
They're probably, once they like have time to reflect on it, they're probably going to be a little bit upset about it. And then I would say the character would definitely feel sad about they weren't this before, they don't know, they weren't in this world before, they're sad about, and maybe like even angry that they can't remember anything from before, even though they know that something should be there, but it's not.
So be angry.
So, something I like to do with new characters, which I've noticed here, and you do seem to be struggling a bit with figuring things out as far as how you'd react. Internalize the character. You are Amos. I think it's officially called method, or not quite method acting, but close enough. But you are Amos. How would you respond?
Probably be stressed and anxious and sad that, you can't remember anything.
Okay.
Alright.
So now you know how your reaction is, just feel free to display it. You said, for example, your character might be a bit angry. Snap at some of the other characters. Have your fur get bristled at, like, small little things that happen. I'm not saying, like, you have to go out of your way to be, like, a jerk or anything like that. But don't be afraid to express your character. Because this is a stressful situation. They should be stressed.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kieran's answer is burn things.
Amos can't use any of his fire abilities yet, so he can't really burn much.
Yeah. Speaking of which, here is the Rygone joke of the evening. What do you get when you have two fire types fighting? You get a match.
Oh my god.
Hey.
Ignoring that. So, Wostein, Al's answer depends on so much. How much of self is preserved? How much is personality stunted? Because personally, they operate on having a background to sort of base off of. In their case, if their memories are lost but personality is preserved, you're in for a real bad time as you're stuck with someone super helpful, unwilling to ask for help, and highly distrustful and numb to death. If not a Mary Sue, then something of a monster or inhuman/unsettling.
I would actually argue against that. A large amount of personality is something that is acquired from your environment. Sure, you have some genetic predispositions, but I would argue that it's not necessarily to extremes. If one were to lose their memories and thus their experiences, then they would probably react in a far more subdued manner. Because they now have to reacquire their experiences and they have to reacquire their behaviors. So you might be helpful, but you might not be super helpful.
Well, he's asking if personality is retained or not.
To a degree. But it's one of two ways. If you have amnesia, for example, but some of the pathways of experience aren't cut off, then you could react in ways that you're not entirely aware of why you're reacting. For example, somebody pats you on the back and you just go, whoa! You may not know why you did that, but you did it all the same. The other one is that if you have true amnesia, where even those experiences are eliminated, somebody pats you on the shoulder, sure, you might get a little startled, but you probably wouldn't overreact, because why would you?
A lot of personality is definitely built on experience, on what you've encountered and done and such. But in this case, I'm pretty sure Rygone is a-okay with us retaining some of whatever personality we had before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually a big functioning of the characters. I want you all to kind of go like, why am I acting like this? Why do I find familiarity here, and so on and so forth.
But yeah, we've got our moment to relax. And I know Jet is going to be talking to Amos and probably the others, though hopefully they don't all bombard you. I'll hold back if you do start getting bombarded by everybody. But it's gonna happen because we finally got this moment to rest. So now you get to be yourself. Be Amos. You are no longer Wernimal, you are Amos.
How you doing, Amos?
Vibing.
Heck yeah. I'm vibing too. Can you ask Zim if they want free pixel art as well? I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I'll never turn down art.
Yeah, they made me a Pokeball earlier. It was very nice.
Nice.
Slitherite, I am giving an educated guess, at least from what I'm saying. Granted, I'm not exactly a person who like researches amnesia, but I'm just using what I've learned from my education with my degrees. I heard now. Wolstein.
Yes, I'm here, though I do apologize if my microphone is different. I am on my phone while I attempt chair repairs. I just thought I'd hop in to make things a little easier to interact.
Oh, okay. Easier in what way?
Oh, just for the ramblings. A little more active and whatnot.
Gotcha.
I suppose what I meant with the remark of how much personality and memories is because, for example, with myself, my predisposition, assuming that memories are absent but personality is there, is you're going to have a really rotten time trying to earn any sense of trust and trying to get me to actually request aid when needed rather than have something build up. And I just chime in because however much personality is maintained may dull or amplify that greatly. Because as you say, yes, personality is very much off the experiences that we have. And consequently, it'd be real interesting to see how that would work. So, I was just chiming in that it can still vary quite widely.
Mm-hmm.
And would just be one of many ways or questions to ask of something to kind of guide of how the character might react or respond. Just throwing in the 2 cents about that.
Yeah, perfectly fair. Perfectly fair, perfectly fine. But realistically, what we're looking at here is just like you're in a situation, what do? Like,
Yup.
I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I've
is like,
very purposely have put you guys in a very specific kind of situation, and your reactions is I'm hoping will be genuine because of it.
And that's why I'm chiming in. That is because that's the difference in my case of do I simply I I'll put it this way. I, for example, get so many nightmares. You could throw me into another world in another form, and I won't even it won't even settle in for at least 2 weeks because of how I am adapted. So I'm just sitting here imagining the very differences resulting of that in that same vein. Like, it can produce some very interesting results to imagine it in that fashion.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and answer. Liam, what do you mean by what do I want item-wise?
There are the individual asking if you wanted free pixel art.
Well, yeah, I know, but I don't know what kind of item to get for pixel art.
Egg. All the egg.
Egg.
Egg is good.
When in doubt, egg. Oh dear.
But it's just one of those. Like right now, this has definitely been a very different experience from any other tabletop game I've done. But it's also been a very fun and rewarding one. Possibly more so than any others I've done. What was that?
What makes you say that?
Just something about how we're discovering our characters and memories and such just feels it's very much different from any other tabletop game I've done, and the character development that's already happened and has the potential of happening later on is something that I am thoroughly enjoying.
Hey. But yeah, I mean, in seriousness, that's what I'm aiming for. When it comes to being able to connect with your character, there are some very specific processes to it. And I'm utilizing some of the processes here. How do you connect with, like, say, a character on a TV show? How do you connect with the events on a TV show? Well, there's a few little ways to do it. One of them, for example, is having the person who asks the questions, who's able to get information about the worlds for the audience's appreciation. But instead of somebody asking on your behalf, you're the ones asking the questions. You're the ones learning.
Plus, it's also very free form. There's the rules are much more fluid, and as a result, the DM's got more room to kind of wiggle and finagle things a little more than, say, with D&D, where in it. And that's actually something I noticed with a lot of the tabletops you guys run, is it's much more about the interactions and the characters interacting with the world rather than sticking at strictly to rules.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I am all for that sort of thing. I'm here to build stories, not just play through. It's why I don't care that much for adventure paths. They can be fun, but I don't want to play through an adventure path unless it's like Jaffer, where he's running Kerr and I through an adventure path, but he's adjusting it for us. He's adjusting it to fit the characters instead of just going by the book.
Exactly. And granted, that takes a little experience to actually kind of work with and a little creativity, but that's just something I noticed with the stuff you guys run, and it works really well for PokeRoll because PokeRoll doesn't have as much set in stone, so it's a little more work to kind of put things together and create the circumstances, but they're a lot more dynamic as a result. And that's always more fun to work with, because now you've got people asking questions of how to interact with something that they, especially in this case, genuinely do not know. There's no real chances of like trying to min-max anything or people creating characters for the stats, because people are going by the genuine personalities and figuring it all out quite legitimately.
Mm-hmm.
I only say this because, as I've told Zim and Digi and a handful of others, for example, with the one I'm running with them, with our Guild Tales one, is legitimately only my second experience with any sort of tabletop. And my first one was with one person who was completely new to the idea of tabletops, myself included with that as a second person, a third person with a rough sense of it, and a fourth person who is a min-maxing murder hobo, if you will. And needless to say, it could have gone a lot better in a lot of areas, and it was definitely an awkward one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very nice to have this more... less about trying to break the game and more about telling a story, I guess.
Yeah. And it's not to say that trying to break the game is bad. It's just that
Oh yeah, no, it can
you
be
you
fun.
always have to arrange a group to be the kind of group that you want. That's why before I even started this game, I sat down with the players and I asked them, "What kind of a game do you want? This is the kind of game I have in mind, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Because if we're not, then we're going to get a discrepancy and people aren't going to have fun." There's places for min-maxing. There are places for storytelling. There's places for just very casual play where there's no connection at all.
I myself, I prefer games that are focused more on the story, though I also like to have opportunities to show off all the abilities and stuff that we get.
You float through a wall.
I'm meaning more like combat stuff. I do like combat. At least
You
when
float
it's...
through a wall while holding a sword in your mouth.
Liam, a ref sheet? Sure. There you go, Liam.
Yeah. There's times and places for everything. And I do agree about the combat. I think if there's any issue with Poker Roll, however, is that the combat has a high proclivity to being slow.
I agree. That's one
like,
thing.
For example, when you got hit with that confuse beam, for example, you were knocked out for 5 turns.
Yeah, that is one thing that I want to revamp with our system, is how combat works. It doesn't feel good with this, with Poker Roll.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine if I had successfully hit the whole party with a confuse ray? That would have been a TPK right there, very, very potentially.
Those kinds of things would still be possible and present, but it could still be designed. Part of the problem, though, with Poker Roll is it's just convoluted the way they handle it. With the clashing or the evading or the... Like, those are fun concepts, but poorly implemented. Honestly, while I like the idea of clashing, I may just do away with it. Or at least give good explanation on how it works, and then play test it and revamp it from there.
I mean, I don't mind the clashing because it does give characters who, like high health or defense but they're slow, it gives them a chance to still be able to deal something. But I do agree with you. The way that the rules are, like, especially with the sheer amount of moves that there are, it can get very confusing very quickly. Granted, there is a simplicity to the whole thing, but then trying to keep track of it all, that can be a bit of a headache. Like, once you guys start earning a few moves, well, so will your enemies. Your enemies will start learning a few moves too. And now imagine where you're having, like, 10 different moves being used in the combat, and we're having to keep track of it all.
I don't think I'm going... I don't think... So what I'm currently toying with the idea of is you get one clash, one action, one move. So you get basically 2 reactions, where you can... One of them can be a clash, one can be an evade, and then you've got your turn, but probably nothing in the way of multi-actions and such.
Yeah. I personally like the way that D&D and Pathfinder does it, that you just have a set series, so like you said, the action, reaction, whatever, and that's just what you work with. That's your pool of stuff.
Yeah, instead of the, okay, so I clashed with this, so now I've got a -2 on my turn, and, oh, wait, I also evaded, so I got a -4, and, oh, I've got nothing I can do on my turn.
Mm-hmm. You know what that turns out? That means if I were to toss a mob at you guys, even if they're very weak, like, it could be very easy to overwhelm you guys as characters. Because you would literally have no dice to do anything other than maybe evade 1. And after a little bit of chipping away at damage, that's it. You guys can only, evade or whatever for so long.
I know I really like how Exalted does it with the way they do things, so I'm pulling inspiration from there. I haven't had much experience with World of Darkness, but for Exalted, they also have the simple concept of social food. Wait, you're gonna do every character, Liam? Oh! I just sent that for you to, pick from. Sorry. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be put on the spot with being, offered art tonight. But yeah, do whatever you'd like. I'm not gonna say no to art. But anyways, where were we? Oh,
Talking
yeah,
about Exalted, the damage system, social foo.
Yeah, with Exalted, you can literally just... So with social foo, you can literally talk the big bad evil guy into just throwing himself off a cliff. Make him feel so guilty over his actions that he just... Yep, he's done. I don't think we're going to go quite that far, but it's still a potential thing.
Hello, Octagonact.
I just see that as being reactive with the character. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, how are you? Go ahead.
But I was just going to say, that sounds like just making a very reactive character. kind of the same way I was handling Cirrus with your Guild Tales one for a bit, which almost ended badly. That comes down to just having a character of reactive and built up enough that you can kind of work out things by such interactions. So I don't see how that's like a game mechanic to say so much as yeah, this is just an option to remind you of, yeah, you can actually talk with these people. You know, it's not all about numbers and damage. You can interact.
Well, you'd still have to roll higher than them for doing something like that, but I mean, the DM could just have us talk, but either way, it's one of those in the maybe column of things. But I just want to make something that works, that we'll test out and refine as we play.
Yeah. Octagonact, Zebra isn't here. I have replaced her. I am the new Zebra. Have toast, nom 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 nom. Zebra, she's probably just hosting me at the moment. I bet if you stick around her channel, eventually she will pop on by. Well, I would certainly hope so, if only just because, one, I am not a woman. That's probably why I sound different. Yeah, it is still a pleasure having you here, and I hope you enjoy your stay. And definitely, when you can, go give support to Zebra Pig. She does deserve all the love that you guys could give her.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Wolstein_oil has turned Rygone into a Blitzel. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Well,
Nay.
that's out of left field.
Zebra granted!
Nay.
Zebra granted.
Blitzel. Blitzel.
Like I said, even outside of playing stuff, I like to do reactive things, this among them. That's actually another thing I really like about the games that you run, is you also have that little bit of viewer interaction, so even for goofing around, occasionally I can do nonsense.
Blitzel?
Granted, there was having to rein it in, but hey. It
Blitzel.
exists. Makes her quite the unknown to work with as well. Oh, and there goes that.
Blitzel?
Mistakes were made. All good.
Well, let's see. Make it so after one target is taken out, the others flee in fear or die. For instance, you fought this necromancer in your modded Terraria D&D campaign that summoned 10 husks, took out the necromancer, and all the husks died. Make a key target to attack. Well, I don't think something like that would really work in Pokemon, but...
Blitzel.
Oh, I have followed you. Apparently Twitch has changed the shout-out thing, where now even if you already follow them, it still shows up. I'm glad for that, but I was like, how am I not following Wearable yet?
What?
I am. They just changed it, and I thought that it made me think I wasn't following you because it actually popped up. Also, the card's over, if you didn't hear that, Rygone.
Like, I just want to be Blitzel for a little bit longer, huh?
I mean, you can. I just wanted to make sure you heard.
With these antennas on my head? But to answer what you stated a little bit earlier, Wostein, sure, we might not be able to have like those kind of interactions with NPCs, but that doesn't mean that battles can't be fun and creative anyway. Like the Zubats on a bridge, for example.
Chaos! Kinda.
Zoroark720 has turned Worsteen_oil into a hoot hoot. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Hoot hoot. Well, now if you agree with me, go ahead and speak your Pokemon's name. Silence is also accepted, because owls are very quiet.
Who?
That's a good owl.
I really like
Mhm.
the stunt system from Exalted, and that is something we're going to definitely be bringing over.
Oh gosh. You're gonna make my job even harder.
Ow.
Who?
So then I'm gonna have to say, stunt failed. You broke your back in like 12 different places.
No,
I'm
that's
gonna have to figure things out over here now. How am I, like the person wants to do a triple double backflip over an army of like, I don't know, minor Pokemon. They want to land on a table and cut a chandelier, and well, they failed the very first dexterity roll. What do?
That's not how the stunt system works.
Too late. That's how it works in my head. See, my pet owl agrees.
Can I seriously? Can I explain it or?
Yes, you can explain it.
Okay. The stunt system requires it doesn't require, but it encourages people to be creative with their actions. Doesn't matter what action it is. If they are being creative in the way that they are engaging with the world, they get rewarded.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Varencat has turned Rygone into a Zebstriker. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
It looks like we're just not going to get anywhere tonight. Also, Wostein, the card is over.
Oh no, fair enough.
Zebstriker!
I'm gonna join back Ferret for a bit before he has to go to bed.
Okay.
Zebstriker!
Bye.
See you for now. And, am I still here?
Yes.
Zebstriker.
Okay. Just checking. The mobile doesn't show me as in the room, so I had to check. Any hoot. Yeah, no. Now that we have the moment, stunt system is literally just, if you want to describe how you're doing something, by all means go ahead and do it. And in the world of Exalted, it is full-on anime. The more chaotic and bouncy your actions are, and the more detailed they are, the more likely you are to succeed. The more boring you are, the less like it awards flashiness.
It awards being creative, not necessarily flashy. If you like, it doesn't have to be out and above and beyond. It just rewards creativity. Which, like, in D&D, if you were to try and be like, I'm swinging for their arm to try and disable it, you're getting penalties for that. That's how D&D works. But meanwhile, in Exalted, they reward you for doing more than just saying, I go up and swing my sword. The card's over.
Well, there's a difference between, say, for example, aiming for center of mass and aiming for arm, or aiming for specifics.
Or, you know, A wormhole just, hitting a gut.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
What have I done wrong?
Well, like the wormhole punching jet. Describing the wormhole going to punch me in the gut and sending me flying into out the window. Boom, 3 extra dice because you were more creative with it. Instead of...
That is true.
Otherwise, you could have just been like, wormhole uses a sucker punch.
I'm trying to debate which one would have been funnier. Going out the window or just like you get so winded you just kind of crumple down.
Yeah. What?
But I do agree with you. Although I will admit when it comes to Pokemon, it might be a bit difficult. Like I feel like people, your average player might not know how to work, like say a quadrupedal body, in terms of trying to make it flashy.
Well, that's why you don't have to. It's just if you want to go that extra step, you do get a bonus.
Well, that just might be an optional rule you could just give for the DMs. Just say like, hey, here's a suggestion for you.
Oh, well, it was going to be an optional rule in the first place, but...
Oh, okay.
Like a lot of these kinds of rules are something that I want to implement, but not have the... Well, you have to use this or else you're not playing it right. Because in the first place, technically all rules are optional in any tabletop system. If you really sit down and think about it, the DM can change whatever the hell they want with any system.
That is fair.
Exactly. And that's kind of why I like how Rygone does it, and some even Digi sometimes, of depending on the degree of success, they'll change up how they describe stuff. At least that's how I think it is. I could
Yeah, no, that's how it is. Like, I mean, if you only get a 1 success, for example, you may not always get the kind of results you want. And sometimes I even give rolls depending upon the very features of the characters. For example, in this last game, a astute viewer may have noticed that I had Jolene roll a strength check when poking the ground, but not Argus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the simple fact of the matter is just simply because, at least on a Pokemon level, Argus is just heavier, has a bit more strength. So even if they have the same strength dice, I still treated them as 2 separate characters.
I guess that's where I probably lean it then, is just like a not inherently stunt system per se, but kind of a hybrid of what's currently going on, where DM kind of manages based on the dice, but the players can kind of be a little more specific.
That that is just something that's up to every DM. Some DMs do that, some don't. It's not going to be really implemented into the system, because that's a pretty common thing to do. I'm just glad you're not going the route that some other DMs have done with that, which I absolutely despised, is where they make basically every roll be hidden from the players. Just because
you mean like my rolls?
No, like every time a player... So on Fantasy Grounds, there's the tower. The tower allows the results of the roll to only be seen by the DM.
I see.
And he did that for everything because he had different DCs for every roll, depending on who was rolling it. Which, that makes sense, but it... Not being able to see the dice, it's like, well, fuck. I hated that system. Of him just not... I'm plenty willing to accept. It's like, okay, yeah. I can't think of anything for the poker roll game. Well, like the... Say, with the Jolene and Argus thing. Where you made Jolene roll, but not Argus. Say you did have both of them roll strength. And I would fully accept that, you know, Argus would have an easier time succeeding with a strength-based thing than Jolene. I accept that, and it wouldn't bother me if, yeah, Jolene rolled 2 successes, but Argus only rolled 1, but he's got more mass, he's got more going for him in general than Jolene does. So,
and quite frankly, there's just some things you don't need to roll for.
Yeah.
Like if you get the guy who's literally trained for like, you know, 30 years on upper body strength, maybe having him roll to open a jar, like a stuck jar, probably would be kind of silly.
Well,
granted, that would be a hilarious moment if he failed, but you get the point.
I was more referring to the whole blocking the dice results from the players.
Yeah.
Because
a lack
also,
of transparency.
Yeah.
No, what should be hidden is the DC, not the rolls.
Exactly. And the DC is okay to be different for each player. Like, a cleric would definitely have a better chance of knowing a religion-based check than a fighter, regardless of who rolls higher.
But I will also say it is pertinent for a DM to maybe sometimes have players roll for something that they can't succeed at. Or to tell them, well, you do succeed. You don't have to roll at all. And the reason for that is you don't always want to just like baby the players and be like, no, that's impossible for you. You can't do it. Sometimes it's okay to just let them have their roll. It doesn't matter how high they roll. And you say you try and you try and you try and it just doesn't work. Because if I were to say no, you can't do it, period, don't even bother, that's taking autonomy from the player.
Yeah. And even then, and then going back to the whole hidden dice thing, rolling dice is fun.
Yeah.
And seeing the results, there is, you know, when you're rolling a d20 and you get that famed nat 20, that's like, holy crap, yeah! You get that moment of absolute serotonin rush. And even when you get a nat 1, it's like, ah.
Yep, although I will mention something about that here in a second. Wolfmage, the Alice Wostein, they are a frequent viewer and supporter of my channel and Zim's, and I consider them to be a good friend. They may not consider me back, but they are a good hoot.
Oh, yes, Varian. Yes. That was one of my complaints with it, is several of the players in that game had the lucky feat, and they could not use it because except for combat. Combat was the only time that he let us see what the results of our roll were.
Mm-hmm.
I despise that system. And I was absolutely miserable playing in that game.
Rumors
I honestly...
they're highly exaggerated.
Oh, hey, Toshime.
Hey. To go a little bit before I did a shout out to Wolfmage. I think it's important for a DM to be able to play around with results. That just because a player, say, rolled well does not always mean that the situation always goes in their favor and vice versa. Just because one rolls poorly, it does not mean it always goes against them.
Mm-hmm.
And what is important is that the results are just simply creative and they're fun. you don't want players who are just dreading like, oh no, I got a 1, that means my character's dead, and you don't want players to automatically be like, yeah, I got that nat 20, that means I automatically succeed. It creates bad habits. What you want to do is you want to have players who are willing to say like, you know what, I'm going to try this, and you say, okay, let's see what happens. For example, when you rolled poorly to phase through, I believe, like the door or something to look at the wormhole, what happened, Jet?
To look at the wormhole?
I think it was like to look at the wormhole or to go through the ceiling or a wall or something. It was before you went through the roof.
Oh, I was trying to go through the floor to go get Ethan.
Yeah. So you were trying to go through the floor to get Ethan. You didn't succeed. What instead happened?
I went through the ceiling.
No, actually. Or maybe this is a little... the thing I'm referring to is even a little bit before that. But essentially, you failed a roll, and you phased partially through the floor, and you got to experience a conversation. One that you wouldn't have been able to experience otherwise.
I'm like, yeah, I was like, the wormhole thing came up after I saw that conversation.
Yeah.
So
that's what I mean. But that was a example of you failing successfully.
Yeah.
So just because you failed does not mean that the circumstances were bad. On the other hand, as we saw in this last session, you rolled well for phasing. What ended up happening?
Didn't succeed. I didn't manage.
You succeeded. It just didn't succeed in the way you wanted it to.
Yeah.
So you floated up, but something kept you from going through the ceiling, and you just started bouncing out the window.
The window part was Chet was just like, oh, I guess I'm floating away and nobody will know.
Mm-hmm. But that's what I mean.
Don't just learn to be like Jolene.
When you are rolling this kind of stuff, it's not failures and successes you're looking at. You're looking at degrees of success and the outcomes of such. That's what I think is important for players to, or for DMs to look at, or storytellers, or whatever you want to call them. Like, don't always just give your players failures and successes. Give them degrees.
Mm-hmm.
And don't be afraid to change up the circumstances as they are. Yeah, so you failed a roll and you didn't get what you expected. That doesn't mean it was a bad thing.
Furry's good at that.
What was that, Toshi?
Who?
Kerr is good at that.
Kerr is very good at throwing chaos after chaos after chaos. Kerr's a very good storyteller.
Wish that.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet
Raider.
shall not fall.
Hello
King
there,
William
Kizo.
Delphox raided my stream with 3 views.
Oh.
And hello there, King William Delphox. Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome on in, everybody. I am Razim, and we do variety gaming here. Would you like a regular shout-out, or would you like a random clip from your channel brought up?
By the Fennec Kingdom, that is very creative, and I love that.
Alright, can I get a regular shout out for King William, please? I hope your stream went well, though, King William, and welcome on in, everybody. I am Razim. We do variety gaming here. All manner of things. Right now, we are doing PowerWash Simulator. Earlier tonight, I was doing some Fallout Resurgence on Gary's mod. And otherwise, we do a lot of tabletop games here. D&D, Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Exalted, and a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaign that has run 3 times this week.
Oh.
Yes, that is actually the inspiration for the raw portion of my name. His name is Vava.
Hello there, Wolfab. Yes, please. I'm glad
Wolfab.
you're going to stick around and vibe. I'm very appreciative to have you here, and I hope you have yourself a good time. Tonight, I am just simply chatting with Ra Zim, Toshime, Wostein, and I guess Okitsu as well. I think they just joined in.
Yep, just joined. Don't know how.
So,
Wolfab
Yep,
is one
so
of my
they're-
moderators.
steals your moderator.
Clearly.
But yeah, I hope you have yourself a good time, and don't be afraid to interact with the little Umbreon. I always appreciate it. Just even if it does hurt.
Even though on Sim
Pokemon,
stream
let's
it's
go.
not an Umbreon.
Just remember, if you throw Toast at Rygone, your chances to catch him increase tenfold.
It's true. What is Rygon's favorite event at a wedding? When they perform the toast. I know.
Death comes for you on short legs!
Varin Cat is making you mini-sized.
Well, okay then.
Well, time to
That's
boop
an accident.
Fraser on the nose and watch him fall over.
Oh, actually, I need to step away for a moment. I will be right back.
Copy.
Yeah. I'd like to get a Ninetales model at some point. I think it would be good whenever I whenever I storytell for a Zim stream. Get some consistency, Alas, I don't have anything like that lined up at the moment.
Fair enough and nice to have in mind, though.
Yeah.
Now, stand by while I load the 4-slice toaster.
Oh no.
Oh, yes. It will be coming soon. I am innocent today. Can't say
Oh,
the
much
same
better than-
for any other day.
Much better than what happened. I got up for just like a few seconds, and when I came back, I was just being pelted with Pokeballs. I'm like, what are you all doing? I'm not even here.
I was
Listen.
listening to that.
We need to capture you so that you can know just how loved you are because they want to keep you close.
Well, I mean, if you want to keep me close, all you got to do is just give me a hug.
Either that or they need a Pokemon to send on Wonder Trade.
Why is Toast not working, Wolfmage? I don't know. I'm not seeing any redeem pop up for your Toast. Maybe try giving the stream a refresh. See if it works then. Oh, Zim.
Yes.
Ding! The toast
Did
is
you-
ready.
Did you read the story?
Not yet.
Okay.
I
Zim is
was up late last
streaming.
night.
It's kind of hard to read a store.
Oh, he sent it to me last night, but I was up late
Oh.
and working on... Because, So right now, I am working on pushing up the schedule for how frequently recordings are uploaded to YouTube. Before it was a week, I am shortening it down to about 3 days after they were aired live.
I think that's a good idea. At least when we have these more frequent sessions.
Yeah. It's still not quite there yet, because I have a lot of recordings to bunch up into several days, because that's not what I've been doing. But in the future, it'll be, I think technically it would be, it's the third day after it was aired live. And I was...
Just as long as it doesn't break.
What doesn't break?
Uploading it that way.
Why would it break?
Because some things been uploaded weekly, and if you don't change everything.
Oh, all of it is done manually.
Ah.
All the uploads are done manually, so it's not going to break anything automatic.
Yeah, manually.
But yeah, I got sidetracked doing all of that last night, and
Oh, no worries. That when I mentioned it, it was more just to tease you because it's a big story. I don't expect anyone to finish it in like literally one day.
oh,
Yeah, it's a novella. It's over 20,000 words.
oh,
I'm gonna have to sit down and read it for a few hours. There's
Well,
maybe a few
from
days.
what I'm told is that it flows rather well, so it should actually be a relatively quick read. It's just, you know, it's still 20,000 words.
And unless you speed read, you're probably not burning through it that fast.
The
I
longest
definitely
thing
do
I
not
wrote
speed
is
read.
like 10,000 words.
The longest thing I ever wrote was a report for high school where the teacher wanted us to do a research paper, and I turned it into convincing my grandparents that D&D is not satanic.
Did you convince them?
I did convince them.
Nice.
Credit
Oh,
where
the
it's due.
satanic scare.
My grandma actually sat down and read through the entire thing, which it was like 60 pages long, with diagrams and charts and stuff, as well as drawing, you know, conclusions from one thing and the other. I don't have the file anymore, and I wish I did, but I was passionate about, or still am passionate about D&D. It was one of those where my grandma took me in, so I respected her wishes for me not to do D&D, but that doesn't mean that I was going to exactly just, you know, not convince her otherwise.
All right. I apologize in advance if my voice changes too much. I am bouncing over to the computer now.
Okay.
Just a little tinny.
Magic is a thing of the devil.
Or one of my favorite arguments I ever came across is like that Doom is, you know, because it's got demons and shit in it. It's like that's satanic. It's like, no, you're kicking their ass. You're literally slaughtering them. That's like the most anti-demon thing you can do.
That is my favorite thing, because that was one of the biggest arguments about D&D, is literally they were against it because a lot of the religious folk were against it simply because it had angels and demons. There was a research project that had been done where they went through people that were adamantly against D&D, and they literally changed nothing except for renaming angels and demons to something else. It was just some cute name that they gave them.
Mm-hmm.
And those people were perfectly fine with it.
Sounds about
Yep.
right.
That actually reminds me of something I learned in psychology, where how you phrase something or how you term something can make all the difference in how people respond. So, for example, if I were to ask you a question, let me think of a good question. What do you like about the? I don't know. We'll take it. We'll take like a hot button topic, like say vaccines. What do you like about vaccines? That automatically predisposes you to one, being in favor, and two, being in favor of vaccines. How I should phrase something like that is, what are your thoughts on vaccination? If I wanted a truly neutral response from the individual. Now, obviously, I'm not trying to make this political, but seriously, how you phrase things can make all the difference in how people respond in a positive, neutral, or negative manner.
Yep.
Wolfstein, we are hearing you click clack.
Oh, apologies.
That being said,
here's
vaccines should not be political, and it's dumb that it became a
There
political
we
issue.
go.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
Well, and that's why I personally am very careful about how I approach stuff in general, because I don't want to mix anything with politics. I just want people to respond of, okay, this is what you know, this is what you don't know, this is what I know, this is what I don't know, and approach it from that angle. And if we need more time to find more information, behold. If you're going to be political, hey, I'll just leave you be. That's not how I'm just going to spend my time.
Well, and see, being political isn't always a bad thing. It's that when people bring emotional responses to it, that's when it ceases to become a discussion and it just simply becomes a shouting match. You know, that's something else I actually learned in psychology, is that there's actually two ways you can do an argument. You can do an argument that works off an individual's emotional side, or you can do an argument that works off their logical side. I want you to take a guess which one is better depending on the audience. You have an audience in support of an issue, you have an audience against an issue. Which argument would be better for which?
Well, my gut reaction, my gut answer to that is logical for those against it, but actually, I'm thinking it might be emotional that you want.
This hamlet shall not fall.
Maybe.
I'll give you
I prefer an
Linden raided my stream with 1 viewers.
Thank you, Lyndon.
Hello, Lyndon.
Lyndon, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in.
And good night, Wolfab. So to answer that question, unless anybody else wants to take a quick guess.
I was just going to say, I personally prefer a hybrid and adaptive response, but that's me.
Totally fair.
So I was going to originally, gut reaction, or gut answer is logical, and then I've kind of come to, and then I'm like, actually, I've had a lot of arguments with people where I'm pointing out logical facts and such, and it's getting me nowhere.
That's right. When you're speaking to somebody who is against the issue you're trying to talk about, working off their emotional side, speaking quickly, is actually the best way to perform that argument, because it helps to short circuit essentially the brain in a way, and it helps to get your argument through. When you're speaking to somebody who supports your issues, it's better to speak slower and to speak more logically, so that way you can cover the breadth of what it is you want them to understand. At least that's what the research shows when I was in school, and it has been a while, so I don't know if it's still true anymore.
Oh, don't worry. I can support that personally as acting as mediator between my parents. That's literally the approach I take between my parents, and I can translate between the two of them very well and rein them in well enough for it. So that is wholeheartedly something I would firmly agree with.
All right, Lyndon, I hope you sleep well. Can I get a shout out for Lyndon? Demon God Linden there, for the record, they play Jolene in our Pokemon game.
Are they a Gem Star?
And to answer your statement there, Ordinary, working with empathy within an argument, granted, that is always, something that you would prefer, but when it comes to an individual who is very much stoically against an issue, trying to step into their shoes can actually work against you, because what you're trying to argue against isn't necessarily logic or facts. You're trying to argue against such things as personal choice, experience, individuals that other person has talked to that maybe they respect more. You have to talk to them on an emotional level. Empathy can certainly be a part of that, but it's a different kind of empathy than, say, something that you'd be arguing in a more logical manner. So you can certainly be empathetic, but you have to be careful or it might be used against you.
I know I run into... For me, I've just learned it's better to avoid some subjects like Final Fantasy XIV. Just avoid it. Because there is nothing logical to discuss that you can get discussed regarding it.
Mm-hmm. If you ever...
Toshime, can I please get you to do a proper shout out?
If you ever want to convince somebody in an argument, don't actually argue your point. Get them to agree with something else. What would be a good example? Somebody doesn't like toast, right? I like toast, but they're adamantly against it. Instead of trying to convince them to like toast, maybe I could try to get them to say that they can agree that toasters are useful. And if toasters are useful, and that's something they agree with, then that makes it more likely that they can agree with other things. It's kind of manipulative, but honestly, it's kind of one of those things where you got to lay out breadcrumbs in order for a person to go like, oh, hey, this topic that I thought was bad isn't as bad as I thought. It's creating a conflict in their mind, and ultimately they have to choose sides on it.
Yeah, I just imagine that if a scenario ever did arise where someone hates toast, Rygon's first reaction would be, can I have all of your toast then?
Yeah. There's actually an experiment I can reference for this. So you had 4 groups of people, right? And the groups were divided into 2, and one half really didn't like a political topic. The other half really did like that political topic. I think it was like about environmentalism or something like that. And all 4 groups were paid a different amount. 2 of the groups were paid $5 to write a report saying that they supported or did not support the issue. The other 2 groups were actually paid, I believe, like $20 or $50 to write a similar thing, whether they liked it or didn't like it. Turns out, the individuals who were paid less changed their opinion to a much greater degree than the individuals who did not. And it didn't matter whether they were going for or against. And the reason for that is because they could not convince themselves on a mental level that they were against or for this topic after they had written it because of the money. In other words, they couldn't say, well, I'm doing this because I'm being paid. They were like, well, I'm doing this. The money isn't really big, so I must be doing it because I am supporting or against this actually. And so therefore their opinion changed. That's kind of what I mean by laying out the breadcrumbs. If you can get an individual to agree on one thing, it makes it more likely for them to agree on another thing later, simply because they cannot have that conflict with themselves. They're like, well, I'm doing this, I'm agreeing with this, therefore I must also agree with this other thing.
See ya, Lars. Thanks for coming by. Oh, by the way, what did you think of the way the sound effects were set up last night for the cards?
It was
Is
better.
that good now?
I think it's more manageable. Granted, we didn't have the same kind of chaos last night that we did the day before, but it was better.
I mean, you're right, but also we did actually. I mean, we had about half the number of cards being played.
To be fair, we also did ask people of, hey, do you mind toning it down just a little? I know this is fun, but we've got limits that our people can do and what we can track. If we could just tone it down a little. And, well, lo and behold, people are willing to actually listen sometimes, so.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I voice concerns, and sometimes people will respond.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Like, it was better. I just can't tell you, like, what was the primary reason why it was better. But I will say that the sound effects didn't get in the way, and I was happy with that. Or at least they didn't get as in the way, except for some of like the more major things, which we had agreed on previously would still be a thing.
One moment.
Sure.
Okay. What were we talking about? I got a message from Mary, so.
Oh, I distracted the conversation from political discourse.
Ah, good.
I mean,
we were talking about the cards.
Yep.
And yeah, you
Against
said that
humanity.
You couldn't really. You said there wasn't enough for that, and that's fair. Yeah, that one night, I'm not sure we'll ever have something like that again. Anyways. Right now, with the size of the channel, I feel things are good on that front. But I definitely think I made... Huh? What did he say?
He said it's reconnecting. He lost his stream.
Rygone's down at the moment. They'll be back soon.
Well, that's a shame because I didn't give him permission for that.
Oh, no. This one wasn't Rygone. This one would appear to be a straight-up disconnect. Rygone, confirm if you're here.
Can you hear me?
Yay, I can hear you. Good. Then we're halfway there.
Funky. Alright, there we go.
Fantastic.
Yeah, my Discord doesn't seem like it wants to load back up properly, though, so I'm gonna quickly restart that.
Okay.
Fair enough. All good.
Raise, clean.
Raise the crowlet.
No.
I'm just laughing because I'm watching this in the back of my mind. It's like, you know, it's great to do all this, but having gotten a little chance to play with a pressure washer at the airport, I'm also sitting here thinking, man, that floor has got to be covered in dark gray water by now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's when you start spraying the gray water out.
Imagine if you had to be realistic about it and work your way from the top down.
Yeah, no, it's like, imagine if the mess would drip down and you could unclean an area by mistake doing that. And that would just be evil. This game is not meant to be evil, it's meant to be relaxing.
When I first started playing this game, I was sticking, because I've done power washing as well in real life, and I was sticking to, okay, top to bottom, you're going to get everything filthy again down below, and it took me a bit to be like, I'm not going to bother. We don't need to worry about that.
What if
But
I just squished the Marten?
No squish.
But squeeze.
But they need every bit of height they have. How else are they going to aim it higher and higher?
You see, I'm not squishing them vertically, I'm squishing them horizontally. So clearly they'll become an even longer noodle.
But then they lack the support.
Yeah!
Don't you want to be a longer noodle?
Hmm.
Can you all hear me?
Something to consider. Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Something to consider.
It is something to consider.
Yes. No, no good.
Oh, yeah, I should be getting the files from Charm later for actually making the custom moves in Tabletop Simulator. So, that'll be something to look forward to.
Adaptiveness shall intensify. Customizations!
Now that will be nice.
Oh, no worries, King William. You are fine. Rest well and enjoy your food.
Oh, very nice. All the same here.
I am definitely not one that's going to get upset at somebody for raiding and running.
Feels your toaster.
That's
Don't
fine,
worry,
I don't have
they-
one.
Darn.
Well, I was about to say, as long as you don't steal Razor, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Can Rygone even be friends with you if you don't have a toaster?
I don't know if I can.
Probably. After all, anyone can afford a book of matches.
I'd rather be able to afford to feed myself.
I said
The toaster is so cheap.
Things are cheap.
Well, I mean, I don't have a toaster, but my roommates do.
I mean, then the house has a toaster.
Well, yes, but I do not have one.
I can understand that one. If there's a reason I am very careful that I don't spend a lot of money because I put my money towards living alone. I don't think I could survive having a roommate. I am way too particular in my stuff.
I like having a roommate. I don't want to, live by myself. I just don't.
Fair enough. I know for certain everyone else is very, very different on that respect.
Well, there's
In
also
my
the
case,
fact
it's
that
just-
being a streamer and not having another job, my only actual in-person socialization comes from my roommates.
Oh yeah, no, and if I had more money, I would totally be happy to set up something. I'm not there yet. Because I've been looking at a house, I've been tempted about it, but... Oh... If something goes wrong, there is not much wiggle room. At least not out here. So I haven't been able to invite anyone over or consider the option. At least not for long term. Short term is perfectly fine.
Yep, we'll be taking everybody. We'll steal them all.
Duke Duke.
Duke, 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 Duke.
Duke Duke.
Bark, 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 bark.
Kitsu is a dog now. Confirmed.
No.
Yep.
Lostein's also a dog.
Huh?
That Blowstein was a Hooters.
To be fair, technically I cheat and I am a shapeshifter, but no, Owl is most certainly recognizable.
That means it's legitimate when people are always asking who.
Oh. Shoot, now I'm just laughing.
Congratulations,
Oh, dear.
Rygone. You broke Lostein.
Well, so for me, it's because, as you know, I can goof around, I can change my voice a fair bit. Well, I can also adjust postures, whatnot, and I can screw around with a lot of things. Well, while I was still working at the job of picking up drunks and such, there was one point of people asking if I was messing with them or not at one point, because thankfully not, and it was nothing harmful, of course, but it's just like, well, it's good to know I've got the reputation, but that's also its own back drawback. I'm just laughing a little. Because on top of all that, there's the assortment of nicknames at this time now. On top of all of that, the straight up just being an anomaly. So there's also that too. After all, I'm pretty sure no one in this chat is comfortable in 150 degrees. Or perfectly fine at 15 soaking wet and all that, so yeah.
I mean, I'm A-okay in the cold. It's a
Hey,
heat
yeah.
I can't handle.
But as all of my coworkers from every job I've worked on, everyone has learned at this point, do not trust the owl on any guesstimates of temperature, distance, etc. I cannot tell you exacts, and if you ask me for a frame of reference of temperature, you may or may not be safe. I didn't even know my vehicle's AC was bad until I had a friend try to use it because I never did. The differences and variances.
So, Rygone,
What's up?
are you ready for Jet to have his existential crisis of realizing that he's the only one of his people left?
Potentially.
As ready as can.
I think I need to do a little bit more setup on that, though.
Oh, you need to.
Are you ready to
actually kill
merge
off
the
rest
Lycan
of them?
rocks, or the rock gruffs, rather?
Too many people talking. Say again?
He asked, "Are you ready to merge the rock roughs?"
Ooh, maybe. But this is one of those things where your characters are all getting to a point where you're going to want answers. And I have to determine how much do I want to give.
And how you want to do it.
Exactly.
I mean, as long as we do get answers, it's definitely going to be helpful. Because part of the problem is we have no answers, right? Well, practically not. So, you know, give us a little bit, and then it'll satisfy for a bit. Maybe.
Well, that's just it. I don't want to just give them to you.
Well, of course not. But we'll ask for them, and then you answer it.
No.
Oh.
Having heard that explorers is their primary inspiration for all of this, that's gonna be interesting to see how they handle all of that. Just for that fact. But, that said, so far from what Rygone has done, I'm sure you'll all greatly enjoy what is planned and in store then.
Oh, I know I will.
I just gotta... That's just what I'm in the middle of trying to figure out. Like, okay, we got ourselves a new location. We got ourselves some character development here. How am I going to be combining everything in a way that's not only fun, but also doesn't just simply speed run you guys to realization?
Well, you've already managed to give them a base to operate out of, something they can root in now. Or, even if it's temporary, just something to work with for the moment.
Yeah.
That's kind of a key point of the whole Mystery Dungeon series, so in general, was You're not simply dropped in and completely left on your own. You're paired with at least someone who can kind of provide a little guidance and familiarity and information as needed.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see how that develops. And with that as your exposure, I'm sure it'll develop just fine.
I guess we'll find out. Yeah.
No, the team was named something else. Wolf Mage Shadows, yes? Yes. Oh, there goes a Kitsu.
Hi, Kitsu.
He always leaves without saying anything. Just poof. Gone.
Apologies if I'm speaking a bit much.
You're fine. At least on my end, you're fine.
I'm good.
Yeah.
But yeah, just
Hopefully
I'm just in the middle of a lot of decision making right now.
Fair enough.
What can I help you make a decision on?
Well, there's a few different things that I'm looking at. One is, what is the technological level of the area you're in? What is the breadth of, like, infrastructure? What kind of NPCs are going to be there? Are they thriving? Are they not thriving? Should I incorporate a tie-in back over at the village with the area that you're in right now? Should I orient missions towards just simply helping out the locale? Should I tie them to the town itself, where you're all starting to make progress in that direction? If so, should I consider this all to be one major arcing issue, or should I be giving you all XP after every section of this? Do I want to bring in any outside forces that I have planned? Do I just straight up want to have the cult to leave, and you all go through a lot of effort for, to kind of come back home defeated, in a sense?
I would definitely not say. I would definitely say not to just have the cult leave. That's definitely something that I personally, at least, I want to resolve. I want to kick their butts, or at least make it. What you could do here is perhaps, now that we're out here, we can engage in, like, saboteur type things. Since we're not really strong enough to face all of them right now, perhaps instead we engage in guerrilla tactics. We sabotage supply lines. We make it as inconvenient to stay here as possible. Like I was suggesting as well, you could bring those that are not inside the Starlight itself. They could come around, or we could go find out information about them. I mean, hell, I'm sure that if we saw the fireworks for the tavern go up, we would absolutely go running over there. Especially if it was nearby, so we could, because we've got no idea where we are. But if we can find the tavern, that would be a familiar place. We know it's friendly. Or at least it was last time we went through.
But that's just it. What exactly kind of experience do I want to craft for you all right now? So, for the cult, for example, we could do guerrilla warfare. But then in that case, do I really want to give you all access to resources that makes your lives, like, really easy? Or do I want to put you all in a survival situation that helps not only with team building, but also such things as character growth and autonomy?
I would say a bit of survival.
And that's kind of where I'm leaning at. So then there's a couple of other points that I've been kind of debating. For example, the sentience level of the Pokemon. do I want to play around with that? Do I want to create an epic situation, or do I want to put you all in danger? And if so, what purpose would that serve? There's also I also always have to be remembering and incorporating the cards and the what do you call it? The ethereal influences. Like, those are something I always have to leave a little bit of room for, as long with the donation goals as well.
Well, not necessarily. As I've stressed to you, the influence and such, like the cards, I think the only one that would really impact the story are the memory ones.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the Greaves card. But the Greaves card is kind of... Honestly, it would be a bit of a waste for them to throw the Greaves card out right now, because we got no money.
But even so, like, I just got to keep them in mind in the back of my head. They are a thing.
What were you going to say, Toshime?
The silly one. If you don't give me something to do, I'll have to amuse myself.
That one's not valid for it. As it says on the card, it is only valid for curse games.
Mm-hmm.
And personally, just as one who redeems stuff like this, the way I usually approach it in regards to the cards is I try to recognize vaguely what the story is at the moment and try to apply, at least with influence, something that I feel doesn't jar from what that is.
Mm-hmm. Which is something I appreciate.
Because that way it's a little easier to integrate, and honestly, if I'm getting the story wrong, then it's a little easier for people to kind of gauge of, do I want to bend this any to fit it in, or nah, this is not quite the feel at the moment, and here you go, here's that for the moment.
100%, I'd rather you reject an influence if it's just not fitting or something that you don't want to have happen or such. But most often, the influences are purely they want something hilarious and weird to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Most often. But even then, if it's not appropriate for the situation, deny it. They get their crowns back, and no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
Well, there may be a type of foul here. If you consider an owl a foul.
Hey. Yeah, I don't know. There's, like I kind of said, there's just a lot I'm thinking of. Like, there are some concepts that I want to start introducing to the story, but now I have to be looking at, is this the right time for it? For example, in the last session, something big happened. Is this a concept that I want to press on? Or do I want to let it just kind of sit and stir for a bit?
You mean the big Pokemon?
Sure, why not?
Oh, right. Us leaving Starlight. Derp.
Sure, why not?
Okay, what big event are you talking about?
Oh, I can't say that.
Things in the background.
Like, a few things happen, and now I got to kind of determine, do I want to press them? Like, you all, for example, you want to have a relaxing time. How do I engage with you all on that? I could just have you all have 4 hours where you're just hitting training dummies, but that's not exactly interesting. So, what do I do? How do I go about this?
So, right now, you've got this mysterious person that's knocking on the door.
Mm-hmm.
And no, Orem, we're not actually doing poker roll, we're just talking about it. He
Preparing
was refusing
mindset.
to join. I'm like, that's fine, we're not doing it. so with this, you've got this mysterious person that's knocked on the door. I don't know who that is. We'll find out when we play next. Hopefully Saturday, but as far as training goes, maybe look up some videos on YouTube. I am certain that there's at least one video out there that's good with advice on how you could maybe do an engaging training session. I know in the case of like D&D with what's the book? Xanathar's Guide, I think it was, that they put it in with downtime activities, where basically there can be some kind and Exalted does a better job of explaining this concept, at least I think so. But basically, we're engaging in something that's more downtime or working towards some other goal. And instead of just, you know, we're just sitting here swinging at training dummies, there could be some other sort of thing that happens. Like, for example, you hinted at the possibility of these monsters in the area. Perhaps some of them overhear our training session and decide to come attack. There's also the fact that, yeah, we've got rations for about a week, but we're going to want to secure more regular food sources. So maybe we go off to do that. And then just meet back up. So it doesn't just have to be 4 hours of us swinging at training dummies. And even then, injuries. Like, especially if we don't have a trainer, we are probably going to injure ourselves.
Very potential.
Stand by for the hanging katana firebending moment.
Yeah. So that's a bit of drama that could be implemented. And even if we do get a trainer for this, there's still that potential of injury. And then, of course, just simple character development stuff. Oh, hey there, Seda!
Seda!
Hold on.
I love physics!
I think I hear some squeaking in the background.
Yeah, just a little bit. Sadie, you should come join voice.
Well, come on in, Seda.
Who dares summon me?
We
Well,
do.
it does sound like Zen. Perhaps myself, if saying it like that, did it as well.
Oh, were you using your dart icon tonight?
Oh, no, I was using my VTuber.
Oh. Fair enough. Yeah, we're just kind of discussing some ideas for what the next session could entail.
Do you need help power washing that subway?
Yes, you can come pop in. So I'm almost done with it.
Oh, no, trust me. Trust me, we're going to be here for another hour.
Ah.
It's the freaking subway. It took me 4 hours by myself.
Well, yeah, but I've only got one smaller section left on it.
Bro, you're not even at 69%.
Yeah, but the only thing left is just one set of the rails. It's about a third left.
But yes, the next session. I'm in, by the way.
You're in?
I am loading in.
Oh, into the game. I'm like, I don't see you down at the bottom left.
No, I'm actually just going full hacker voice. I'm in, and
I'm in.
He's stolen the DM.
I have found the secret location of the dungeon where Orm was keeping the DM. We're preparing now to
so
rescue
we're rescuing him. Okay. But yeah, what I was saying is that it doesn't have to just be those 4 hours of training. It'll have complications, or could have complications.
Loading
yeah,
through the
sure.
walls and roof.
Like, jet going through the roof.
Yeah.
Or wall. Or
Accidentally setting the structure on fire.
There's just... Trust me when I say, like, there are a lot of things that I'm juggling. And I usually do before a lot of our sessions. And when we had our 3 sessions in a row, I more or less kind of... I either use some of them, and others I've had to discard for the moment. So they're character progression, environmental concerns, NPC concerns, equipment concerns. Like, I really don't know how much I can kind of overstate just how much is going on here.
I'm just wanting to help as much as I can.
I'm grateful.
And I mean, I don't think you have to overstate it.
Yeah.
You know, in a living world, there's a lot of moving parts. There is, you know, there's the entire situation around the cult and the key NPCs that most of the party's been introduced to, you know, being directly affected, as well as just the everyday people. I mean, there are some postings there that would be directly related to the influence under the cult. There's, and that they're not in isolation. There's still people outside of Starlight that obviously also need help. There are some of the NPCs also outside of Starlight that, you know, might have their own situations going on. There's probably, you know, dozens of different moving parts and storyline plots that can either temporarily live in a vacuum and not progress, but other things that, if we choose to advance or ignore, might have different consequences. And that's a very difficult position to be in.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Especially since there is an overarching thing going on right now, and I actually have to make a decision on that soon.
Well, if you would like help on that, I'm available. There's also Jaffer you could reach out to. Kerr.
Oh, sure.
Like, there are resources out there for you.
Oh, and I'm truly appreciative. I'm trying to choose my words carefully because I don't want to give anything up or away. But like this particular decision is actually something that is endgame level. Like this is something that I need to make a decision on how it's going to affect this moment, even if it doesn't necessarily come to fruition for another 2 years.
Ah. That is something to carefully consider. However, it's also possible to just keep it vague. Like, whatever it may be, like, say it's something to do with the cult, whether to have them survive the encounter, survive us kicking them out or not. Like, there's nothing saying that we even will know the fate there. There could always be that hanging mystery for a year or two or so, however long it takes in game, or in real life, to come to fruition of maybe Tiny escaped. Well, you know, maybe we didn't actually finish off Tiny and he escaped and now he's rebuilt the cult.
Oh, this is bigger than the cult.
Well, I know, but
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, it doesn't necessarily need to be something that is made clear to us as players. You can, like, you don't have to make anything that's endgame relevant clear to us. Like, clearly, like, those people with the leaf cloaks, the rival guild, I think you said they were.
Mm-hmm.
We know nothing about them except for that they were after the gem. And it could be left at that for months or a year or more. And we don't know what's going on. And that way, if later on something else happens and you're like, actually, I want to change them, and they're not actually looking for they're not actually looking to tear apart the guild or just going for the gems. They want to, like, enslave Xerneas or something. I don't know.
Structure of the world.
Just throwing something random out there here. It doesn't have to be something that we know about, which in turn means you can do whatever you want at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to think I know where you might be going with this line of questioning, or this thought process, Rygone. Just based off of like some of the stuff you laid out as a foundation in the last session. I would probably say, kind of backing up Zim a little bit, while it's not necessarily a bad thing to try to plan out something that, you know, might not be relevant for, like, you know, the 2 years, at the same time, if it's a good plot thread, you know, it's worth kind of like developing over time. But if it's a bad one, it might not make sense to make that decision and almost kind of be married to it, because it might not turn out the way you want it.
Also,
How we approach Jet's
keep in
history.
mind, there's also a possibility that perhaps we wind up getting false information.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Well,
right now you could be married to the idea that the rival guild wants to steal the gems for power or whatever, and later on you're like, no, they want to do X, Y, or Z. Perhaps our information about why they took the gem was completely wrong.
Or it's a faction that's broken off with the desire that's separate of the original.
That's also an option. Like, there's a lot of potential here. Doesn't mean that everything we learn is going to be correct.
yeah.
But of course you know that fact.
Yeah. Oh, trust me. For all you know, I probably have already laid those kind of things out.
True.
Save the town or destroy it, drive out the foes or eliminate them. Whether do they escape or are they completely defeated? Are they turned around or are they left as they are? All of the different branching directions, all of the different approaches, and to a limited extent, changeable at any time with enough room for wiggle.
Mm-hmm.
Embrace science, drink the strange red liquids.
Welcome to being a vampire.
No one expects you just to randomly shove something in your mouth.
Right?
Unless you're a baby.
All else fails.
Or you're
knock out the group, have some serious event happen, and time to reboot a little. Just have someone drag them off to safety.
Vampire Pokemon? What makes you think I haven't already thought that, Neon?
No, we've already had the Zubat expressing a particular interest in the party already.
They drag us off to safety, and everyone else is nice, safe, and calm on the beach, and Dart's just in the middle of the lake.
Yes.
And then here comes Poke Rust.
The moment when Dart's history was that they were on a rougher course and just happened to get dropped in a different place because of their initial circumstances.
For me, I love world building, and I know you don't want to give spoilers, but I want you to be able to reach out to someone and get some help on this. Kerr would be a fantastic resource. Jaffer would as well. You know, reach out to them on the Discord here and be like, hey, how about this? And get some ideas from them. Heck, maybe they'll maybe it'll help them too with ideas, because maybe they want to figure out something as well.
If you want to know what I'm thinking of right now, I'm thinking of what do I want to demonstrate in the next, like, say, 2 to 3 sessions. What concepts do I want to make, not necessarily prevalent, but that I want to be recognized as mechanics for you all? And then I'm also thinking, like, okay, why? Why would I want to reveal this? What is going to be the purpose? How is this going to be something that's going to be setting you guys up for the next good while? One good example for that you actually mentioned was food. How do I want to deal with that? What level of realization do I want to reveal, even regarding that simple concept? What aspects of this universe do I want to show you all just in that simple task?
Yeah, I understand what where you're coming from there. And it could be a wide variety of things. I know you're being vague, so it's hard to give specific advice on that.
Yeah.
But some ideas, or simply the mechanics of gathering food. Perhaps we go out searching and find an apple orchard. Which in turn is actually somebody's property, and they definitely don't take kindly to us stealing their apples. Maybe they in turn demand that we work for them, and there you go. There's a hook for why we're now going off on a mission. And maybe there's some other food or something that has been stolen from them in a nearby sewer. A gang of ratatas that have just that snuck into his barn and stole his prized pitchfork or something. But there you go, and a hook into something to do that could be great, a great option for training, as well as, you know, help us cover a little bit, at least, of the concept of gathering food as well.
Oh, trust me, Slitherite, it's not side quests that I'm worried about. If it comes to side quests, I can always just pull out one of my books and utilize one of them. I'm thinking of what do I want those side quests to do? Sure, they could be a bit of fun. They could give you guys your food. They can maybe give you another NPC to interact with. But what is the purpose of them?
They also buy time too a little bit, because Mystery Dungeon when it comes down to it. A lot of it is just apply a task, and it doesn't have to even be something new per se, just something to kind of add a little bit between the major events, if you will.
Yeah.
On that front of what it does, training. There you go.
I'm afraid the decisions I'm making are just a little bit above that. Yeah, sure, it'll do training, but there's a very specific kind of setup I'm trying to do here, and I want to make sure that it's applied properly. Because this is going to be something that's going to be driving your next few sessions, essentially.
Deciding what avenue you're going to set for the circumstances and situation.
Yeah, circumstances, situations, and there is an opportunity here that I do not want to waste.
That is fair.
Because I think it's something that is going to give you all answers, and at the same time, it's going to give you all, how best to say it?
Unifying drive?
An idea of what kind of a world you're in.
When I'm throwing out these random ideas, these aren't necessarily like, here, take this, use it. It's
no, trust me.
My goal with throwing these things out here is like, get you thinking, you know, maybe, okay, that idea may not be what I want, but it does inspire X, Y, like your books do. Because I doubt any of them actually say, okay, they're going to go into a dungeon and face 15 Ratata.
I mean, equivalents, but...
But you know what my point is there. I doubt your books say that. Instead, they're meant to give you inspiration, right?
Yeah. They're meant to help things kind of move along smoothly.
As long as it's not like the adventure Wendy's printed.
Wait,
what do you mean?
What?
Wendy's D&D adventure.
Oh, that thing, yeah.
Why is that a thing?
Delicious.
I actually read it over. And there's multiple places, multiple things inside that you can go to. But there's stuff like, oh, we want to go to the mountains. The DM needs to tell the players, no, you cannot do that yet. Because there's a frosty blizzard that's going to take half your health points every single turn. There's railroad mechanics directly into it.
Lovely. Let's see here. Yeah, no karma. There's no Seda here. We only have Dart. Sorry if I got your hopes up. Or I guess Dart did. Yeah, dang it, Dart. How could you get their hopes up?
Game server name.
What?
Unfortunately, on Zimzin, that doesn't show.
Look, don't worry. I have a brilliant idea of how to make it up to them.
Is that your brilliant idea?
No, my brilliant idea is about a year or so from now we release an animatic just titled Dart Hates Water.exe, or .mp4, and it's just going to be a compilation of all the clips of Dart freaking out about water, with just like very simple animatics.
I noticed you made a clip last night, though I haven't watched it yet. Or not last
I
night.
made it because I was chatting with a friend about the absolute beauty of Rygone's introduction for Dart. Just because the delivery was just so brilliant. It was just like, here I am just like chilling, just like waiting for a moment, and they're just like, let's change gears later. Zeta, you're in a river. Just no warning, just you're in a river. It's like, heck.
I have been loving the number of clips that have been getting made from the poker roll sessions. I love having clips, guys. And if there's stuff that you guys enjoy, please clip it. Even serious, like, they don't have to be all fun and games necessarily. Like, even our more serious discussions, if there's a point that you like that we make, by all means, clip it. I love having them.
Please don't clip the clips, though.
And if it's too long to clip, make sure you go ahead and let them know. They can make extra longer ones for the highlights.
Yeah, I could make highlights. If you send me how far in it is, I could absolutely make a highlight of it. But yes, Dart's introduction was glorious.
Zim, do I need to get a highlight of Bonk?
I think it's too far past that time.
Ah.
But yeah, like,
I'm pretty sure that's not on Twitch anymore.
Oh.
Just YouTube.
Oh, and also very quickly before you start, Rygone, Neon, Dart is a steel ground type.
But yeah, like, even that introduction, like, there was a reason and there was a purpose to it. What do you think that was?
Ooh,
I mean, I've got an idea, but I want to let Zeta answer.
Like the gears that get turning in my mind is one, it kind of at first like right off the bat kind of emotionally grounds the character. There's no just like wake up confusion of like, okay, it's just where am I? It's like, nope. Okay, nope. Put those questions aside, you gotta live. Questions come later. One thing that I noticed in your description is that you described figures, not one, but figures. So, Dart's only met Smoke, from what he can tell. And Smoke was probably involved in his rescue. Or maybe his rescuers passed Dart along to Smoke. I feel like there are definitely other players to potentially meet and, potentially repay the debt of sorts, because Dart definitely probably would not have made it very far if it weren't for those involved in that chain of rescue. It got, more importantly, Dart into the town, which was obviously locked off by the cult. Unless he mysteriously just woke up inside the town, which would have felt a little bit, well, that's convenient. It got the connections going with the party, because he could have ended up anywhere. He could have ended up on the other continent. But he ended up in the... I mean, could you imagine that? Just like, where...
Okay, so it's the adventures of the Starlight Expeditions team and Dart's adventures.
That moment when there was not a river, but in fact the ocean shore. Dart has actually been here for a few weeks now. They've just drifted. Nah.
Yep, just cue a compilation of like Dart floating in the river like a freaking otter, and
this is fine.
well, no, and he's completely passed out, and everyone's just assuming, oh, it's just a random rock or something like that, and then like cue 3 months later, he just wakes up like, oh god, you're actually alive. But you know, it sets up that there are some very important character connections that were made there in that introduction, and I think also very much also established, right off the bat, you're not immortal. This may be a new world, and you might have a more durable body, but you are not immortal. There's probably a couple other things in there, but the very much putting Dart in the right place in connection with the right people, and setting up potential future interactions and establishing that very immediate mortality. I don't know if there's anything else at play, but those are the details I picked up on.
Okay, I'd say that's a very good synopsis. What do you think, Zim? You said you had an idea.
I definitely was thinking the exact same things. I will say one thing that, from what I understood, it was actually established that it was Smoke and his team. Like, I believe he's got a team of Puchiana, or I think it is Puchiana. That he works with, so I think that was the other figures that you were seeing, but hey, who knows? Maybe Rygone was describing some other mysterious figures.
Yeah, I mean, I remember him talking about, like, canine in form, and I think, in retrospect, in the moment that Dart was actually, like, kind of conscious, I think he was too freaked out about his own circumstance to actually even get a good look at Smoke. But even from that perspective, you just have a stranger who's helped him. He did not get a good look or sight of anyone else around, so he's not formally met Smoke. Just kind of like still delirious, dropped off, panicked about having an existential crisis. No formal introduction, no actual like handshake met or thank you, just kind of a the only words he's actually said to them is help. So from Dart's perspective, he has no idea who's actually rescued him properly.
And
so you might have some more out of character knowledge there from your experience, but like from Dart's perspective, it's just like life-death situation, rescued, found here, and then just like existential crisis, dragged to a room against his will, kinda.
with this, like, it could have just been meant as his intro, the way it was, could have just been a random, here he is, or, random way to force him in, but it also begs the question, what if he actually was floating in that river for several days? What if he came from a continent, from the region that is, that the other steel ground type rock roughs live? What if maybe there's some clue where he actually started his floating journey from that might even lead to an explanation on why we don't feel like these bodies are right.
It's a beautiful point because, like, there could have been any time period of, I guess, 3 seconds to, 3 days that Dart could have been floating in there. I very much doubt it's on the higher end because, you would be assuming that he's actually been able to float and breathe unconscious for long enough, but there is an undetermined amount of time that he was floating in there before he came to. There is a potentially, a chain of events to explore. Maybe however he ended up there, just kind of didn't get the location just right. Or maybe, or maybe, let's just say there is a positive force that, you know, is assuming that how our characters feel is correct and that, no, we would not normally like this and we came from somewhere else. Maybe, you know, maybe the forces that brought us here also have opposing forces that wanted to try to sabotage that. So while you guys ended up under a nice tree, you know, a little bit of a nudge was given to Dart's survival, and he's ended up in a very dangerous situation that he was thankfully rescued from.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of as well, is because I definitely feel like there's significance to why you woke up in a dangerous situation, whereas we were just sleeping peacefully in a pile under a tree.
Or straight up different circumstances of actually being an aggressor that is, by simple loss of memory, no longer recalls the mission per se, if you will.
And Starlight also brings up a good example there. Like, you know, perhaps Dart did arrive at the same time, which would have been, you know, about 24 hours before his first memory. But, you know, unforeseen events, you know, sent him off course, and yeah.
The apple fell far from the tree.
Oh,
the dart was very much. The dart very much missed the dartboard.
You know, just cue this montage event where Dart actually ended up under the same tree as everyone else, but then, like, in his sleep, just like did like a cute little rollover, rolled down the hill, fell into, like, you know, some like traveling merchant's cart that got taken out of town, and then, like, you know, storm happened, bump in the road, falls down a river embankment, and then, like, just a huge just Rube Goldberg machine of, yeah, this is how I ended up, like, a day separated from everyone.
Well, I will say that we woke up really close to the river. So the idea of you just being slightly nudged off course makes a lot of sense. And it's not like we had any time to be looking around. As soon as we woke up and got to the river, it's like, oh god, we're under attack!
A few days later, when we discover that one of your Pokemon kicks in their sleep.
No, don't bring credit, or like, don't bring credit to my jokes.
Oh no, that's just how I think. Is you give me a possibility, I like to think of the potentials for it to have occurred.
Jed was having a dream about hunting a rabbit and kicked Dart into the river.
No, Jet in his dream, like, accidentally did a partial phase through, and, like, was, you know, starting to kick in his dream, and just, like, at the moment of kicking Dart off, like, actually unphased through, and, like, Dart just, like, took the momentum with them.
While being sent to this world, actually kicking in previous and then accidentally translating upon arrival.
but in seriousness, we weren't that close to the river, but it was only a few minute walk away.
I think the beautiful thing, though, is that there were a lot of the opening scene was given purely from Dart's perspective.
Oh yeah.
There was no extra outside of until the other party members of Argus and Amos got there. There was nothing that was presented from a third-party perspective. So there are an untold amount of variables that could be twisted to explain why did Dart end up there. What was the chain of events? How long was the chain of events? And, you know, now that we're getting on this discussion, it's a very exciting proposition because, you know, right now the immediate focus of the questions is like on the, okay, well, what am I? What can I do? How can I help? Why am I here? And, you know, maybe once some of those ones are answered, you know, maybe the primary focus question is like, wait, why did I end up in a river? You guys ended up fine. Why was I in a river?
I'm very curious to see how it unfolds.
They're on my stream. Hello?
Hello, you are still here and we can hear you.
Oh, my stream died, so that means my internet died.
I mean, you're still
Or at
here.
least something hiccuped.
Yeah, last time it kicked me out of Discord completely.
Ah, I see. So, like I had last night, where it just died for like 4 or 5 hours.
Mm-hmm. So, would anyone like to know some of the reasons why I had you end up there?
Part of me, so I'm going to tell you this, Rygone. My answer to that question is always going to be, is this something that you're going to reveal to us in character? If yes, then no. If no, then yes.
No. I'm talking about the surface level shit.
Well then, sure.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Like I don't metagame, and I kind of share the similar sentiment to them. They're like, if it's something that would be best revealed in character, then like I think having the surprise, especially the live reaction in the session, since you guys are like triple recording this, yeah, probably best save for that. But if it's like, yeah, again, like a surface level like DM philosophy kind of stuff, then yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of like with the cup and chain thing, with the water. Like, that's not going to come up in character, so yes, I would like that mystery revealed of why there was just a random cup on a chain, but because it's just something that we missed, you know, going for that completionist type thing of figuring out that little tidbit. Not going to come up in game, most likely, and so, yeah, let me know, but if it's something that will come up, let's save it for then.
That's perfectly fair. Well, I always want to ask because sometimes people enjoy having the mystery of just anything. But if you're all okay, yeah, I'll reveal some of my surface level reasons.
I mean, from my perspective, there are enough secrets as is to like keep us satisfied.
For all we know, this may even bring up even more burning questions.
It could, but no, I wouldn't be quite that mean. There is a very particular reason why you are in the river, and I'm not talking about like world events or anything like that. I can't obviously deny that any of that is, you know, relevant, but I can neither confirm either. The reason why you were in the river, or at least some of the reasons why you're in the river, was, how best to say it? Engagement, mechanics, interactions, revelations, and how best to say it for that last bit?
Comedy.
Sagan?
Comedy.
Not necessarily. Well, yeah, comedy is a part of it. I certainly won't deny that timing is everything. But one of some of the reasons I wanted you to end up in that river was, one, I wanted to give you an idea of the world. Two, I wanted you to experience vulnerability. Three, I wanted you to start working with the mechanics. So instead of you just being talkity-talk, I wanted you to actually be engaged with the game. Four, I wanted there to be a tie-in interaction with the other players to give them an opportunity to engage. Five, I wanted the cult to have some of their like sway revealed to everybody. Six, I wanted your character to have a certain understanding of themselves that was going to help to drive your interactions for the future. And 7, which I'm sure you all know, is just simply that question of why.
I definitely feel like you 110% succeeded on every front.
Agreed.
Yeah. When I mentioned to you I wanted to bring you into the session, that was something that I had been pouring about in my mind for a good while. It wasn't a like, oh, I'm just going to bring you in when I feel it's convenient. It was something like, okay, I'm going to bring you in. How can I bring you in a manner that's going to give maximum impact not only to you, but your character, the circumstances, and the other players? And I will admit, this is also me kind of making up for Amos. Amos did not have the strongest introduction. So I took that lesson and I applied what I learned there to yours.
Zeta, you there?
Oh yeah, no, I'm just like I'm listening. Start, learn, substitute.
I love physics.
But you know, I think you, on your goals there, you succeeded tenfold, because obviously, you know, the measure of self-improvement, taking your lessons and, you know, enacting, you know, doing a better job. I wasn't there for Amos's introduction, so I can't say, you know, how well, but the fact that you decide to go for improvement, that's great. But on your main goals of, like, you know, getting a tie-in, creating that sense of vulnerability, getting me to roll, getting me to engage, like the, okay, actually, how do I roll?
Yeah.
You know, creating that tie-in, connecting me with, you know, the key characters to get me actually properly involved, because, you know, it's very easy just to have that same situation and then, like, you know, it turns into the Dart spin-off, or it just turns into the cult be like, oh, well, we got him, and never interacts with any of the party members. Like,
or the party is so off-putting that they accidentally drive a new member away, almost.
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think, like, and the icing on the cake is the mystery, because it's almost certain we're going to sit down, you know, when we're not worried about starving, dying, and running from monsters or a cult, that we're going to, like, you know, the party's going to probably have some questions for Dart. And Dart's going to have some questions for them. And in the comparison of notes, you know, I think that will be a big red flag that gets brought up. Like, wait. You guys ended up all together underneath a tree. I was drowning.
And on that note, then I'd like you all to ask yourself for, and obviously you weren't here, Zeta, for that, but why did I introduce Amos the way I did? It didn't get the same, it didn't meet the same goals I had hoped, but there is a reason I introduced him the way I did.
And for me, out of character, how was Amos introduced?
Yeah, I do want to say, I honestly don't remember at all of how Amos was introduced, which does kind of speak some volumes, whereas I'm going to remember forever about Dart, you know, waking up in the river and splashing and almost drowning and stuff. But Amos, I'm struggling to remember. I kind of feel like he was just there. How was he introduced?
The only thing I'll say is he was introduced during the Scorpion Reign.
During the Scorpion Reign.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first off, let me read off some stuff from the game here for the story real quick. Owing to the steady reputational rise of Muckingham, Caldera City Transportation Network is excited to announce... Oh, I guess that's the same one. Your work has been signed off. Congratulations. Huh?
Step away for just a moment.
Oh, you're stepping away?
And you get some water and stuff.
Okay. Well, then I'll go and read off these, and then we'll go back to that. Caldera City Transportation Network offers exciting pressure washer opportunity at its emerging infrastructural subway facilities. Perhaps you would like some interesting statistics on our railroad systems whilst you work? Caldera City subway system was built using over 16 million bricks. If you were to pile them up top to tail, they would extend a staggering 2,137 miles into the Earth's atmosphere. That's only a tantalizing 236,718 miles short of the moon's surface. Construction began on the Muckingham to Caldera City branch line in 1920, funded by local businessman Wilberforce Thrust, who was keen to provide an efficient means of transporting his workforce from the city to his thriving cattle ranches. It was finally unveiled by Mayor Jeff Jefferson X, who tragically passed away the self-same day from an incident related to the station's substandard construction. The subway was reopened again following extensive repointing in 1923 by Mayor Jeff Jefferson the 11th. It closed again the following fall, after the shocking revelation that Wilberforce Thrust had been using it to funnel train trucks full of stolen money out of town. The money was never recovered. The subway remained closed for another 30 years, until community funding allowed for its renovation. It ran until 1984, when the main tunnel's extensive repointing finally failed, thankfully in the dead of night. Your work has been signed off. Congratulations. Yes, Chris Ovs, hello there. Totally talk to you.
And hello there, Yellow Pardo.
The Uncanny Franny. Check out my new wheels. Everyone says I could talk the hind legs off a turkey, so I'm joining the traveling fairground as a fortune teller. Got the name and now I've got the ride. Picked it up from an old lady at a bargain price online. I was the only bidder. She wasn't happy and said she'd curse me if I didn't pay her the going rate. But it's not my fault she didn't set a reserve price. It's not like she even looked after the wagon. It's covered in anything and everything you can imagine. The rest of the fairground is pristine, so please help. Alright, done with exposition.
Okay.
I'm just imagining that pressure washer cutting right through it as it's old and rotted.
No, this pressure washer even restores... this pressure washer is capable of even restoring metal that has been rusted away.
A miracle.
I can only begin to imagine the level of chemical pollution you are putting out to achieve that miracle.
I know, right?
Oh, man, and here we get in trouble that if we don't report that we have a de-icing to do at our airfield.
Oh, I'm back?
We're back.
Alright, since you're back now, we can go ahead and, actually, first off, As it was foretold, complete career mode. Okay, so nothing in regards to this map, it looks like. Alright, no achievements, it seems.
Hey.
Alright, so. He was introduced during the Scorpion Reign.
Yes.
When everybody else was distracted.
Yep.
Yeah. He just kind of started tagging along, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so he really was just there suddenly. We really haven't even addressed that. It was just, okay, hi.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're helping? Here you go.
Welcome to the team, new friend. Please don't be an axe murderer.
Stand by for slowly betraying you, know.
Right?
He's a part of the cult the whole time.
So, what were your thoughts with it then? With his introduction?
Well, again, I'm just a starting DM. So when I introduced him, my goals were, one, to get him engaged as quickly as possible. Two, to create a scenario that would allow for that engagement. And three, to allow some of his character personality to stand out, as whatever it is he chose. So that's kind of one of the reasons I introduced Scorpion Reign. Although, obviously, there are other reasons. But one of them was to create a common enemy. Because everybody, you know, one of the quickest ways you can get a party to work together is common enemy.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
After that, if anybody recalls, I gave him a situation where he could protect. Just to see what he would do. The reason why I say this particular introduction failed in a few ways is, one, his character was not given enough of a chance to actually properly express himself. Part of that is my fault, and part of it could be considered maybe on the player. But as DM, I will always take the majority of the responsibility, if not all of it. Because this is something I need to anticipate. He did just kind of come into the village, stumbled in during this major event, and I did want everyone to be kind of asking why. But nobody did. So that's another failure, because I didn't properly engage you all in the manner that I had hoped.
Yeah.
Most people thought it was going to be the you meet up in a tavern type. Okay, ignore it, just keep going.
I mean, tavern, giant tree, big difference.
Right? But that's another question. It's like, well, why wasn't he there underneath the tree? Why wasn't he such and such?
You know, it occurs to me, though, do we even know that Amos is like us?
I would say
How's
your
that?
characters have a understanding, yes, but nobody has delved, and the character himself has not delved into it.
Yeah. Which is definitely a bit of a problem, because...
Well, you've all got the breathing room to approach that soon.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the breathing room. I definitely plan to engage him with Jet. He is going to be drag kicking and screaming if I have to.
Like, you're my new brother.
That can be arranged.
Oh no. What have I begun?
Well, I would say before you get too much into that, I've actually got something in mind I'd like to try first. So you can definitely do stuff, but just keep in mind that I may override you a little bit.
That is a-okay. This was just purely me being like, as a player and kind of projecting what I want to do onto Jet. Though Jet, I can easily justify Jet being like, who is this guy anyways? But it has been a lot of rush, which has been so much fun, but we also haven't had the opportunity to sit down. I know Dart had a bit of...
This hamlet shall not fall.
Sharon Plays Games raided my stream with 15 viewers.
He's a cutie doggo! He's the ghost dog, but not the Pokemon version. Thank you very much for that raid, Charum. How did the rest of your stream go after I stepped out? And welcome on in, raiders. Charum, would you like a random clip from your channel brought up, or would you like a regular shout-out? And for the rest of you, welcome on in. I am Rawzim. I do variety gaming over here, all manner of things. Right now we're doing PowerWash Simulator. I also was joining Charum earlier tonight, and we also have all sorts of other games that I do throughout the week. Dungeon Keeper and Dwarf Fortress relatively recently. And then there's our tabletop games. We've got D&D, Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Exalted, and our own Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaign that happens throughout the week. So do make sure you all hit that follow button and come join us again. And for those already here, share the love. Go check out Charum. He's a good friend of the channel here. He is a good friend, period, you know? And actually, we should probably get a shout out for Seda, too. But Chris, can I get that? There we go. What was that, Seda?
There you go, Zim.
Oh my god. This is why I said that the moderators were the ones that were just goofing off, and the streamers like, ah! With that meme you shared a while back. Yeah, Seda's a good friend. I'm guessing that Charm may have raided and ran, so let's go ahead and get a regular shout out for Charm for now. If he does want a clip, I'll be happy to have one brought up. So just do the exclamation point shout out for him to Chris. And then also give one to Rygone as well, because he is also streaming right now, I think.
Yeah, I'm still streaming.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were still alive.
No, they came back shortly after they went out.
Okay. And for those that are just joining us, we're actually having a little discussion regarding our Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaign, which you can find here live on Saturdays and occasionally otherwise. Probably not going to have more outside of Saturday for at least a week, but we'll see.
Give DM break.
I agree. The DM deserves a break. And I will be happy to allow that. Even though I definitely want more. I need it. I need my fix, man.
But don't you remember? Neon canceled it.
Neon gets no goddamn say on anything. I will cancel Neon. We'll find a different DM for Sunday.
No! Neon, run!
I've
Oh
brought
my.
him into that campaign. I can take him right out.
Stand by as I proceed to infiltrate as a DM, and then proxy DM as Neon.
What were we discussing before that?
I was stating some of my reasoning for why I introduced Amos the way I did,
Yes.
why it didn't work, and why I took those lessons and did something different with Dart.
And you're about to actually go into, and Zim, you're about to talk about your thoughts on relation to Dart, at least, I guess, in the setup or whatever. I don't know where you're going with that train of thought.
So, like, with, I'm trying to remember myself. I know that in regards to Jet, he was really excited about Dart because it's like, hey, he looks like me. There's been a lot of chaos going on, but at least there's somebody here that at least is similar. And now he's got his own little thing going on, like, oh, they're not the same. Oh. But that's a whole other thing that will come up at some point. But for Amos, it's like Jet. I think Jet's gonna sit down and be like, okay, what is going on here? As soon as we actually get a moment to just sit and breathe, is when he's gonna be doing that. We'll sit down. We'll compare notes. We'll be like, what is all of this?
Just have a nice fireside chat, and everyone goes to bed, and one character, maybe Dart, just curls up by the fire and cries.
And then Jet tries to comfort Dart with a hug, and winds up making it worse when they get stuck. Though Jet's having his own existential crisis because he keeps seeing everybody being upset. He wants to give them hugs, but now he's scared to death of getting stuck inside them and doesn't want to do that to them and make things worse. He can't hug.
It's not like that's a necessary thing anyways.
Did we lose Rygone?
No, I'm here.
Oh.
Just don't have anything to say at the moment.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's kind of something Jet's not had a moment to think about, but is definitely going to be coming up.
Okay.
I mean, it's the one thing I know from Dart's perspective. This is where it's kind of walking that tightrope of there are things you need to worry about now, and then the moments you're not worrying about, dying, when Doc was giving him the examination, and then kind of hey, are you okay? And it's just thank you for asking. I'm not okay. Drop that hint in there of just yeah, no, I'm actually not okay. This entire situation, yeah. It would wreck with the mental health of anyone once, the initial relative adrenaline calms down. It's just heck.
Yep. And that's something I feel I never actually gave Amos. So I think maybe in the next session or the session after, I'll probably be putting a bit of concentration on him. So that way he can actually have a moment to be his character. Whether or not he takes that opportunity is a different story, but I want to make sure I provide that.
I am all for that. I have no qualms with sitting and listening to that, or getting, you know, if you want to get us involved, that's fine too, but I am okay with just sitting and listening to it as well. But for me as a player, it's like, I don't need to be involved in everything. As long as I get my own little bits here and there, I am happy. I don't have to be involved in every little step of every little game.
That's fair.
People are going to have their personal stories.
You just have to be there to record it.
Exactly. I need to be there to record it for the viewers, but beyond that, I don't care.
Fair enough.
But I also kind of, you know, a lot of what I do with these things is it's like, I look at them like what they are. They are a show as well as a game that we are playing. So, we are, you know, a TV show. You're going to have episodes where you may only see one character having a random adventure off on their own. And I'm okay sitting there being the cameraman just filming it.
Chuckling along the way.
Yes, chuckling along the way.
And just like every TV show, we gotta have the beach episode.
Or the Riverside one, Recovering Dart.
Not again!
So you wake up in a bathtub and you don't know where you are.
Is this for extra goodness? He wakes up in a bathtub as I don't know, you know, like a Growlithe or, you know, some other canine Pokemon, or even just completely different and just like wake up. Ah!
Oh, I could just always do one of those, like, you know, a dream sequence where you wake up like 3 times in a row. You wake up as a human, or you wake up as Rockruff, and then you wake up as a human, and then you wake up as Rockruff again, and you're like, dang it!
And then you wake up as Tiny.
Oh god, I gotta lay off the orange berries.
Oh, sorry, the Oren berries? No.
No more cherry berries before bed.
Look-alike berries items. That wasn't what I thought it was. Oh gosh.
I mean, like,
visor seats.
I remember when I first played Sky and I had that, and I was just like, wow, they did not.
Did.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that Werny takes the opportunity, because I want to know stuff about Amos. I want to see what's going on with him.
Me too. But as DM, all I can do is just provide you all opportunities. I can maybe try moving things around a little bit, or even try to give certain perspectives. But at the end of the day, I can't do much. I can't tell you how to play your character.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
But the benefit is, we all got a common language here, so at the very minimum, we can always ask if there's anything that they would like to do, or perhaps throw a few little suggestions or hints out there to gauge which one engages the most and what they would like to pursue. Might even take a little bit outside of the play to actually figure that one out.
Yeah. Well, I think we have had that discussion a little bit with Amos's or with Werenimal, and I think they're not sure. So at this point, it's kind of like, okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a foundation, and it'll be your choice as to whether you want to build on it.
Well, you've got a great opportunity now with the fact that he's been asleep and can have whatever dreams you want him to. Or nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
Which I have to say, I have to commend you on Rygone. The way you kind of weave the dream/nightmares, you know, combining a little bit of the emotional like impact on the characters with the actual real world situations. Was very subtle, but you're doing it expertly.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. Well, you all keep giving me so many compliments. You're gonna make me blush.
Well, we gotta make you blush more because you deserve it.
No.
You are incredible. You are an absolute delight, and I appreciate you and your friendship and this wonderful story that you are helping to tell.
Well, I'm really glad that you guys are enjoying it. I'm glad that I'm able to do something good for all of you.
And to jump on like one of the things you were commenting on, like I feel like, at least just again from my perspective as, you know, darts player, like you're giving me opportunities to explore things that I, you know, on the surface didn't think I'd actually be exploring.
Yeah,
because like,
and
you know,
that's... Go ahead.
Because like, you know, in that situation with Doc, in that moment, I could not help myself but not get like caught up in the like, you know, imagining that emotional turmoil I got through. Like, so, it's something you don't really explore too often, even in a tabletop.
Well, about the best thing I can say for that is I am first and foremost a writer. And if you want to be able to tell a good story, you got to set the scene.
Yeah?
Yep.
Absolutely.
But again, it does, and I will always say this, it does revolve around you all as the players. Because I could set up everything. I could have the NPCs interact with you in specific ways. I can give you all the opportunities in the world. But if you don't take them, if you don't do anything with them, then it's all just white noise.
We walk past the important representative we're supposed to encounter.
Well, that one would be on me as a DM to go like, all right, how can I engage you? But I'm talking about things like say I present you the opportunity to talk to a old friend, someone that your character has known for a very long time, something that they can reveal some insight into your character that you might not have even been aware of, because you actually hadn't had that time to think about it. I give you that NPC. I make it very clear that this is related to your character, that they are somebody that can engage with you. And then you say, well, it's good meeting you, but I'm going to go.
I got drinks at 5.
Exactly.
Or you introduce that, and then you also introduce somebody ransoming, stealing them away. Are you going to go rescue them?
Yeah. I mean, as a DM, I always have to remain flexible on what my players' decisions are. But that always makes my job a little bit easier when my players can be like, you know what, I want to do this with my character, because then that can help me to be like, all right, I can set things up for that. Like Seda, you said that you wanted to explore your character a little bit, so I gave you that opportunity.
And I'd like to think that I took it in stride.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. Yeah, that's always something I will always emphasize.
Grows.
Aw. This is a cooperative.
Tails on Crack, thank you very much for that follow.
Oh, and thank you for the follow, Moxie. I don't know if I said that already. There is something that is causing me a little bit of concern, though, and it's something I'm going to have to address. It's not a bad thing. It's just something that I, as DM, have not been doing my job with. So I've given Jet some opportunities. I've given Dart some opportunities. I'm going to be focusing on Amos a little bit in maybe the next session or two. But I haven't given Argus and Jolene a little bit of time.
I will say, to be fair, with Jolene, they haven't been here, so that's not exactly on you. But yeah, carry on.
Oh yeah, and you're certainly right to an extent. But like with Jolene, I think I've only set up like one encounter where Jolene could shine, and for Argus, I haven't given him a chance to shine simply because he's so forward. Which, that's not a bad thing, but it means that I have unconsciously withdrawn myself from giving him opportunities simply because he is in the spotlight a good amount of the time. And that's not fair.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Argus has had a lot of opportunities to shine, though. Azareth is one that I think could probably use it more than Argus.
Oh yeah, Azareth. I forgot about them. Azareth's another one.
Case in point.
But yeah, the point is I haven't given those three a moment to engage with their character. So I need to do that.
I really think that I'm not sure you need to focus so much with Argus because he does create these opportunities himself.
And I will agree with that.
Like, he very much has shined. He's had his moments to shine with the puzzle solving, with doing so much with the group that a lot of times we don't get any chance to do anything with him solving all the puzzles and everything so quickly. So, I like, by all means, as far as actual personal character growth, do that. But beyond that, I do think he's okay. It would be better to focus on Amos, Jolene, and Azareth instead.
Okay. I might need to have a sit down with each of their players. Alright. Well, I will be heading off here soonish, but I still got about 20 minutes. Does anybody else have any questions or burning things that they'd like to say?
I want more Pokeball.
No. I'm scribbling.
Yes. Have a good night.
Okay, I'll go.
No, you don't. Not yet. You don't have to go right now.
Bye. Doodle-doo.
Okay, well, if you want to go, then you can. Just,
But no, I just still have a few big decisions I got to make on my end. But I think first and foremost, I just got to come up with a goal for the next session. Because you know how I do the synopsis, like my own synopsis as a DM.
Mm-hmm.
It's that. I gotta come up with like, all right, what am I gonna do with this session? What are my goals?
Well,
so that's something I need to think about.
I think you've already kind of settled on that, even if you may not realize it.
Oh yeah.
You wanna. It's gonna be the opportunity for some characters, for the characters to, react to everything that's been going on, and giving Amos and Jolene and Azareth their moments there. I think you've already got it. Now, as for how, that is a different question, but I think you've already got the answer to your question.
I think you also have the best means to set up for it, like just actually having a discussion with them to be like, hey, what do you want to do with your character? Because I fully agree with, making sure everyone has their time, their time in the spotlight and, proper character development, but sometimes people, they want to be the secondary character in a sense.
Which is perfectly fine.
So, maybe, and the only point I'm getting at there is, maybe you might set up like, hey, this is going to be the Jolene focused episode, or the Azareth, or the Argus, or the Amos, or the etc. As you said, like, you can give them the setup of it's if they want take it and they want to take it. That's the important question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can't speak for any of them. From my perspective as the third session, I was like, we're really kind of leaving Argus out of this a little bit. Are they okay?
Yeah, and that's a concern for me.
So, I mean, especially from both out of character and in character, Argus been being very involved in Dart's interactions up to that point, and then just suddenly are you okay? You're kind of just by yourself downstairs. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Even if he's had a lot of spotlight beforehand, I don't know that.
Well, sure. I mean, spotlight is certainly one thing, but the kind of thing I'm talking about is like player engagement.
Yeah.
Because sure, you could have a spotlight, but if it's circumstantial, that's not necessarily engagement. That's just gameplay.
For him, he makes his own circumstances. Orem is definitely not one that, he will get engaged. He has been engaged.
That's true, but I don't want to attack him for it. I don't want to make him feel like the kind of engagement he wants isn't what I'm looking for.
The last thing a player wants to be told is you've had enough time today. Shush. Oh.
No, I'm usually I'm the one that I know for some of our games I've actually been like, okay, I have had enough time today. Somebody else take over.
That's happened to me.
Yes, it has. Our Friday werewolf game, I'm like, okay, I've done enough today. Toshibe, you take this and go. You do something.
The problem with the werewolf game is that I know backstory stuff, so I don't want to be metagaming too much.
When has that ever stopped you? Mr. I'm going to put the stars back in the sky? Or bonk things through time?
That one's not metagaming.
Okay,
That's
yeah, that
just
one's not
knowledge of
metagaming,
skills.
honestly, I think you're fine, Toshime. I just want to see you interact more outside of those big, you know, you tend to come in with the bonks, and then we barely see you after that, and I want to see more. But that's a discussion for, you know.
After I stun the DM.
Yeah, you break her a lot.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, I think I'll probably be heading on off. So I will catch you all later.
Have a great night, Rygone.
Bye.
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 Thank you for listening to my nonsense.
It wasn't nonsense, and I hope I helped. And thank
you guys
you. Before you go, seriously, thank you.
I'm just glad you guys are enjoying the game. So thank you for playing. And to everyone out there, I hope you all have yourselves a good night. Bye.
Jeez, I still got another 3-ish hours before I'm done streaming. Now what are we going to talk about?
We can say good.
I am highly reactive. So
We could say good things behind Rygon's back.
You know, I like that idea. Like how awesome of a DM he is.
No kidding.
Yes, Slitherite, I do save my VODs, and I am working to get the YouTube channel posting recordings sooner. I got a large backup, because basically all the VODs go to, were set for, or I was posting them to YouTube a week afterwards, but that is clearly not working for these, so I am adjusting it to be less, you know, not so long afterwards. I'm aiming for about 3 days after it was streamed live. But yeah, the
Not
VODs
so
are
delayed.
live. Yeah, not so delayed. I'm right now just catching up on that. What was I saying before that?
That you're at
Right on.
99%.
Yes, Rygone is a fantastic DM.
I believe specifically they're complimenting Rygone behind their back.
Yes. Because he deserves it.
Very much so.
And then Neon, if you're still out there. I swear to all that is holy, we've got, I've got some serious words for you. He probably ran screaming as soon as I said that.
I'm just chuckling because I remembered someone in Rygon's chat remarking of, the owl should join Team Anomaly. Oh wait, the group's not called that anymore. Right.
So, Seda.
Yes.
We need to bully Lunar into running a game.
Glitterfrost?
Yeah. You were hyping them up on how great a DM they were, so...
You know, we were getting the gears turning in his head when I was talking to him about, like, you know, Rygone and Poké Rolls. So...
There's other Pokemon I'd love to play. And potentially crossover episode.
A sales pitch. You know, Mirror Universe Poké Rolls. All the same characters, but we're evil.
Okay. That'll only
Parallel
work if
universe
you're all
movies.
Magikarp.
There are plenty of
TPK,
Pokemon I would love to
casually.
play.
TPK, casually borrow the other party to do a quick recovery.
Actually, I mean, that fits with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, because even from the beginning, they had their rescue codes that you could send to your friends and be like, oh, I got knocked out, help!
Hi, do you guys mind throwing me a retry?
Yes, complete with goatees, and we all would like be a third dark type. I could just see that, like, in a Pokeballs thing, just being like, yes, you faced great adversaries, but can you defeat the greatest adversary of all? Yourselves! And then, then goes, like, full, like, Psycho Rangers is like, we're stronger, faster than you, but we're evil!
Oh, it's that side too. There we go. Is this the Wishy Washers? I got your details from your friend Harper, who's helping us with an historic dig. Fancy getting involved? Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do that, mostly because, like, I would love to play a Riolu.
Riolus are good. Before Rockruff came along, they were my favorite line of Pokemon.
Growlithe has always managed... So Growlithe is my favorite, but only by a hair. Like... I really like Riolu and Lucario, and I really like Lycanroc and Rockruff.
Now, don't be pulling Tanya into this. It's only by a hair.
No, she's a jackalope. Alright, let me read this off here. Hi there, I would ask you if you would clean my caravan, but I already know what your answer is. Hey, why don't you be my first subject? I'll divine your past and future based on the ancient technique of water divination. Let us spray. I sense you're someone who used to be wishy-washy, always flitting from one thing to another. But now you have this renewed focus, like the 15-degree nozzle of a quality pressure washer. Suddenly, you feel this need to wash away the sins and malaise of the unfortunate. This isn't just dislodging moss and muddy streaks. It's almost become a compulsion for you. A compulsion that's threatening to take over your life. Oh wow. Looking into your future, it's really quite amazing. I don't want to spoil it for you, so I'm going to be deliberately vague here. But there are things you're going to do and see beyond your imagination in the next little while that are going to blow your mind. I'll go so far as to say that without you, this entire planet is lost. Hey Doc, how's the wash? I'm back up on Rumblin' Rushless. Never thought I'd say this in my lifetime, but the data is off the charts. I hope I'm wrong, but she looks ready to blow. And if she does, Muckingham is in real danger. Wagon looks great. Thanks so much. Mind how you go, eh? Oh. Why are we cleaning an ancient statue that looks like it's made out of sand? Why is there an ancient Egyptian statue here? Where the hell are we?
I don't know. You were jumping planets earlier, so.
I've been asking myself the same thing since I woke up in a river.
Ah, there you are, Neon. There you are.
Onion, feel free to join us. All friendly here.
Oh, I need to talk to you about your game on Sunday. And how you can't get over your damn anxiety for it.
Welcome, Neon.
Hello.
Also, more story here. Hi, Wishy. I work with your friend Harper for the Global Archaeological Society, and we desperately need your help. All the recent seismic activity, coupled with the worst storm in living memory, has unearthed the most extraordinary statue I've ever seen. We have no idea who made it or when, but we're hoping that with your help, those questions will start to get answered. Thanks so much, Sonia. Squeaky baby. Are there any achievements with this one? Clean the ancient monument with only the white nozzle. Oh no.
I love physics!
You ready for this, Seda?
I'm gonna alt-tab just to make sure this is the ancient monument.
It says delicate excavation for the name.
Oh boy.
It also says at the ancient statue, knock over 4 buckets. So is this the ancient monument or ancient statue?
Don't worry about it. We're just here
I guess I need to find buckets.
This is not the ancient monument.
Spoilers!
It says on the title, ancient statue.
Okay, okay. Spoilers. I knocked over 1 bucket, though. Clearly,
I'm sorry, Zim. You already failed. You stopped using the white nozzle.
That would drive me nuts.
What would not drive you nuts?
If I was trying to get an achievement and I failed it immediately and didn't know.
Yeah.
It's a really stable buckets.
I don't think these are the buckets we need to knock over. Okay, well that one knocked over. I think the buckets we need to knock over are the blue ones.
Don't worry, we're not unleashing any sort of crazy evil on anything. Probably.
Well, I knocked over another bucket, but I don't seem to have the achievement.
I think that was just 3.
No, there were 4 that were knocked over. Well, maybe 1 was already knocked over, so... Where's the 4th? Maybe it is because we each knocked over 2 of them?
Potentially.
Maybe it does. Oh wait, here's another bucket. There we go! I got the achievement. And I apparently bonked you at the... Oh, they're local.
I've never been so glad that Zoroark was wrong.
I love how it just happened. You happen to be right there, and I dropped the bucket off of your head.
Oh wait, apparently I already had this one. Whoops.
Oh. Fair enough.
Sim, don't antagonize the buckets. You know Stanley Parable.
Yep, they'll send the bucket. They'll send the bucket mafia after you.
Oh no, they'll do much worse. Seda!
The bucket send their regards.
Executed.
Oh, thank you. That was great.
Look, I had to find some creative means of getting commission money.
But if I'm dead, then you're not getting any money.
Well, I did give Seda 50 if he execute you, but I guess that would dry out.
I've been getting some good practice in Hitman 3.
You're welcome to try.
Look, I've already signed a contract with you. Like,
True, you
can't
did
take...
sign the contract. Sorry, Neon. He works for me.
Dang exclusivity contracts.
And besides, I thought you wanted to run tabletop games.
I do.
Well, then,
oh yeah,
if I'm dead, then you wouldn't be running a game.
That's true, and I need to save that money for reasons.
To donate to me.
Sure.
Look, I just had Growlithe and...
pure chaos! Kinda.
Zoroark 720 has turned Neon into a Lopunny. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
As I was saying, I mean, I just had like Growlithe and, you know, Dart TF like dangled in front of me, and I'm just like, ooh, shiny.
Punny.
Please, let me go grab my drawing tablet.
Punny? Not punny.
I would let you borrow mine, but unfortunately, I imagine we're a little bit too far for that. Plus, mine's currently in use, so there's that too.
Hey there, Rob.
Jug.
You know, we were talking about you earlier, Rob.
All good things, all good things.
Yes, definitely good things.
See, unfortunately, I've been making the poor... See, unfortunately, I've been making the poor choices of power washing and not coloring. Very sorry.
Oh, it's okay. As long as the contract is active, just means I get to add more to it.
Lopunny. Pun. The pun.
So, yeah, Neon, you need to breathe, you need to relax, and you need to stop overthinking everything!
Let me write that down and make a flow chart.
Neon? Every other day, you are worried about something new. Stop!
I'm only worried about possible infinite resuscitation spells. Not
Yes, that was the most recent concern you had. What about the last 20 of them? And even then, your reasoning for being worried over that is that you, for some reason, think the Marten twins are going to torture somebody by killing them, bringing them back, killing them again, over and over, rinse and repeat. What the hell kind of monsters do you think these Marten twins are?
I mean, I don't know. That makes a pretty effective interrogation technique.
What type of monsters do they think they are? They think they're Martens.
Martens are not monsters.
I don't know. National Geographic say Martens in the wild do tend to resurrect their prey so they can eat them all over again.
What?
I see. Your fear is hallucinations.
Okay then.
This will take some intense work to get them as a DM no longer fearing the reality.
Yes, if you want to see how vicious Martens are, just check out the Hourly Marten channel for the one that was just posted.
Yeah, and I also should and I could always just follow the rules. Sorry, that's vague.
Yes, somebody can choose to not be revived. Which is another point of why are you worried about that?
Because at the time, okay, since you're bringing that up, it's because I was worried you would say, well, it's not magic, so it doesn't go off those rules. And I'm like, no, I don't want you to resurrect people who don't want to. I'm just going to say no.
Fear of the planes walking teleportation argument of it is different than magical teleportation argument. That's something outside the realm is to be handled as, nah, this is different, and thus overrides.
But what I meant was I always could use the special rule, which is anything the PCs can do, so can the enemies.
Okay.
So easy resuscitation means everyone has easy resuscitation.
Sure, you can bring back the enemy over and over with 1 HP.
Yeah. If they die within...
Go
if they
for
get
it.
In 1 minute.
I mean, somebody else is going to have to cast it on them, but go for it. I don't care. It's going to be easy to knock out something with 1 HP. Oh dear, I accidentally dropped a magic missile.
You don't have magic missile. None of your characters do.
Oh no, you dropped a magic missile. Now roll on the crit fumble chart.
Actually, the Marten twins do have the psionic version of magic missile.
Yeah, that's true. Oh no, you tripped and fell and took 20 damage.
Now, as long as it's not the slimes that I was reading about before. Ones that explode on death and cause 20 damage each. Okay, it's revived for 1 health. You gonna kill it again?
Oh god, yeah, those would be nasty. I'm still thinking about the format the game's going to take place in.
So, Seda, what other days are you available for tabletop games? Because if we're going to drag Lunar Frost into doing a tabletop game, we should figure out when.
I would definitely say don't try to drag him, because he hasn't actually DM'd in over 2 years. Like, his last, to my knowledge, the last one he DM'd was the conclusion of R1. Which I could probably, if he's okay with that, I could probably send you the epilogue, because I did record that.
Oh, you recorded only the epilogue?
Or sorry, we could record the finale and the epilogue.
Oh. Part of why I like having the recordings is just that record of everything that happens. I just love having it. I know when the biggest thing that I was worried about when I was randomly banned from YouTube, I still have no idea why. I was banned for several days and then suddenly I was unbanned. But the biggest thing that bothered me there wasn't so much that I was banned from YouTube as it was all that stuff that was lost, all those recordings. But unfortunately, storage is not exactly cheap, and the recordings are not exactly light on storage requirements.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm still staring at one of the hard disks.
And thus, you use a torrent to save your stuff with.
Well, I mean, a torrent would require that somebody somewhere has that file in the first place.
Let's see.
Have you heard of aquatic ape theory?
What? Oh God, Sirio. Just have a DVD per session. Just...
There's your new merch.
New merch, yeah.
Original
This took me
copy.
15 days to burn this disc, but here you go, the full series.
It's like, don't know what to get your friends and family for Christmas? Well, here you go. You can get, the complete first season of Poke Rolls, all 26 episodes, and in under 5 easy-to-use discs. Fun for the whole family.
Remember the time that jet phased through a car door and then hit his head on the window, but ended up flying through it and doing a backflip? Well, you can remember with us.
Don't make me recommend putting him on 45s.
Also includes exciting bonus content with exclusive behind-the-scenes interviews with the cast.
And it's literally just the recordings of the PowerWash simulator games afterwards.
Now, shipbreaker poke roll. Good luck.
Breaker Poke Hard Space Shipbreaker Poke Roll.
I have always wanted a sci-fi Pokemon game.
Just in that context, it'd just be, Rygone going, Seda, you're floating in a debris field.
You're floating in a debris field. Also, you don't seem to have your space helmet. Wait, why did I need a space helmet? Because you're in space!
Does Dart need to breathe?
Yes.
Just making sure. I don't know what the term is.
There's questions of whether or not Jet needs to breathe, but we have established that, like out of character at least, we've established he is in fact alive.
We haven't established. We've established. Never. Sorry.
See, what we haven't established just yet is if Dart's actually a witch, because we haven't sufficiently determined if he floats in water or not.
True.
Shouldn't he sink?
You're missing the joke, Neon.
Okay.
Thank you for catching my jokes in.
Makes you feel better. I knew the joke too. It's that ducks are witches, right?
Wosteen_oil gave the sable blueberries.
So if the dart floats, what does that mean? He's made of wood, and he's a witch. I'm going to have to rebrand him from ground seal to ground grass.
And you know what else floats? A duck. So, which floats?
We just turned Dart into a Quaxley.
Oh no!
Didn't a Quaxley beat Ash's Pikachu?
Pikachu?
Yeah, Pikachu.
You mean Pikachu?
Yeah, Pikachu. Am I not saying Pikachu?
You said
Pikachu.
Yeah, Pikachu. You're saying the same thing twice to me. What am I not?
It's Pika, and you said Pika.
Pika. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, you know, some say tomato, some say Ikachu.
No. Just no.
From.
Oh, Ducklet. I'm thinking of Ducklet. Yeah, no, it's because Pikachu is Ash's weakest Pokemon.
Alright, it is time. Wait, no, not
It sounds like it's time.
What are you doing?
I command
Eating.
pure chaos! Kinda.
Wosteen_oil has turned Neonivic into a Pikachu. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Even the text-to-speech knows how to pronounce it right.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Wosteen_oil has turned _Zim into a Pikachu. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Pika.
I command pure chaos!
Talk about a real Pika party.
Wosteen_oil has turned Sedu into a Pikachu. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Pika,
There we go.
Pika.
Pikachu.
Pika. Pikachu.
Pika.
Pikachu.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
Pikachu.
Pikachu, Pikachu.
I will say your avatar has disappeared again.
Pikachu.
I had nothing to do with this. And thanks for the support, Chrisovs. I'm pretty sure that's what Zim would say at least.
Pee. Pikachu.
I seem to have some interesting timing for all this, I suppose.
Pika Pika.
It's about time for me to head off to bed. Have fun, Pikachu, and everyone else.
Pure chaos!
Pika.
Kinda.
Aurum has turned Worsteen into a ducklet. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Pikachu.
Pika.
Yeah, I can speak again.
Pikachu,
That would
Pikachu.
hit me again. Whoa. Glowstone was hit for 10 minutes.
Pikachu. Okay, now the rest of us are back to normal.
Yep, everyone who matters.
So, you know...
Oh, our new ducklet matters.
They weren't always a ducklet?
Oh, right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You were going to say, Seda?
You know, that's given me a very interesting idea.
Oh?
Can you just imagine for a moment if, you know, we had a situation in the Pokeballs where we were just stuck talking Pokespeak?
Oh, I've thought about that. I think it'd be great. All the NPCs are like, why the hell are you talking like... What are you doing? Were you hit in the head?
Who the heck just walks around saying their name over and over again?
Oh, Gruff!
Greg? Greg.
Hey there, Neon. Just thought you should know that Zoroark 720 thinks you're cute.
Yay! Finally, I get one of those. Thank you, Zoroark.
Gary? Yeah, go ahead, Rob. Come on in. You doing okay there, Seda?
Zoroark 720 is giving a big lick to Neon.
Thank you.
Look, I'm having a good time. I'm just thinking TF thoughts.
Oh, and what are you craving this time?
Same thing I craved yesterday.
Oh.
What?
A donut?
You into Dart?
Exactly. It's just been living rent free in my head.
Well, I can't promise when it'll be done, but it will be done. Your packs have been sent, Serio. And Nano, alright, you want a boss fight. There you go. Everybody, make sure you do the exclamation point join and choose your class. You want Dart to Dart TF?
I would veto that one, as amusing as the play on words is.
Oh yeah. Forgot we had a pet ducklet.
Duck.
Now we must fear his retribution. But remember, it was Orm that played this card. Just keep that in mind, you know.
Well, you do have a goose in a set to ascend. Maybe Son will ethereal influence it to do nasty things to you guys.
No, the Martens ate the duck.
No, they didn't.
You're right, they ate the goose.
I thought, like, Timber, like, is like, no one can harm it because it's white, which is sacred color. By the way, I hate this goose.
Also, I kept forgetting to bring up Stream Pirates again. You guys really gotta help me remember that. And no, Ranger was not a class. It said so. Like, it was right there in the chat, Chris.
Yeah, when have you played Monster Hunter and played the Ranger class?
Monster Hunter does not have classes.
They have monsters and they have hunters.
Yeah. And then there's like Class A Monster Hunters and Class D.
But they don't have Ranger class.
Hey
That's
Seda,
true.
Zoroark 720 is sending you a hug.
Thank you.
I enjoy the cards so much.
Do you think the water that water Pokemon shoot out is like fresh water? And in that respect, do they get like really thirsty as Pokemon and you have to like really make sure to hydrate them?
No idea. But I would personally not want to drink any of the water that comes out of a water-type Pokemon.
What if it could TF you?
Where's the hose? I mean, you knew the answer to that one, Seda.
What? I did, but you know, it's one thing I always am amused with. It's just how, like, the possibility of something being a TF trigger, like, instantly changes, like, the, I would totally not do this to, like, the, maybe I will.
So, Seda, if you couldn't, if you weren't able to play Rockruff, what would you have played?
You know, probably Riolu.
Oh god, are we gonna just be brothers in every single game?
Like, I feel like it's a combination of either Riolu or Zoro.
Zorua
on the initial 4:32 a.m. state of response.
New Year's Kitsune! Did you see it? Did you see it? I didn't see if you responded, so I'm not sure if you did or not.
Yeah. Well, Seda, that's better than my alternate choice, which was Furfruit.
Do you hate it, New Year's?
Hey,
All
we're
right,
back to
you're
go.
finally back to normal, Wostein.
I will remember this, Argus.
I didn't even know they got up to 10 minutes.
Welcome back, Wostein.
Rob!
Welcome, Martinia. Good to see you here as well.
Hello. I've been in here a bit, I was just muted.
Yeah.
How
Always.
are people tonight?
Having fun and scribbling here, not sure about the others.
I just got here.
Alrighty, where's this long one?
I was in a movie night until just now, which devolved rapidly once the movie ended.
Oh, I didn't know you guys were doing a movie night.
Not in VR, we were doing it in one of the servers in Discord. Watched Game of Shadows.
Still didn't know.
Are you streaming?
I am unloved.
You were streaming.
Unloved.
It wasn't like we fucked off and hid. It was in an open thing you could see when you moused over the server. I wasn't
Do you
invited.
have
I
any
just
fucking
showed
clue
up.
how many servers I'm in?
Yeah, organized, bitch.
Nah, even with organization, there's only so much. I've capped out my 100 already.
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
Oh yeah, no, I keep having to trim some off. Zim server
I wasn't invited. I just showed up.
20.
I happened to scroll through on my phone when I was checking things. Oh, they're all in a call. I'll go and see what that's about. And I shopped it, and it was the beginning of the movie. And it was yay movie.
Nice.
They don't love me
Yeah.
anymore.
Oh, piss off, Sim.
Oh,
We love
yeah.
you. You're
There
just
we go.
we love you.
We can't pull you from your stream. Your stream is your income, and
Your
well,
stream
if you
is
stream
your
a movie,
income.
you are going to lose your stream entirely. So I don't think you want to partake in that.
You could
Plus, it'd be unfair with your It'd be unfair with your co-streamers if you just stopped moving for an hour and a half to watch a movie.
Well,
I don't know, Seda, would you mind?
I mean, I have to go to bed shortly because I can't do another, 7 a.m.
Well, I mean, would you have minded?
Look,
Seda, would you have minded 4 hours ago?
4 hours ago, I was still in my own stream doing Cult of the Lamb.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So what's the problem?
Well, the problem is you didn't scroll through the servers you're in and see if people were doing a movie night.
Why would I think to scroll? Do you want me to constantly be scrolling through every freaking server I'm in?
Yes.
No.
I've only got 11 in that folder.
yeah, couldn't you guys have just given him an empty invite that you knew he couldn't take? And just been like a huge
I'm in 32
tease?
servers. About 7 of them I'm
That's
ignoring.
it?
Yeah.
To be fair, if you're responsible, you probably would keep it to about that much.
I mean, 3 of them are like game development servers that I'm in solely to get updates for, and I'm muted most. They're in a group folder labeled "ignore" in all caps. I've got my Chillcraft streamers. I've got my cosplay stuff. I've got my D&D games part 1. I've got my D&D games part 2. I got my chill game streamers. I've got the four that I frequent, and then I've got my fun furry streamers, of which your channel is in there.
Okay, you are forgiven for at least saying that.
That and the fun furry streamers is at the top of my list.
Now you're pushing it.
I'm just stating fact. It's at the top of my thing because it's the one I click on the most, and it's got the most in it. And I can't scroll on this goddamn device, so the longest list needs to be at the top, otherwise it vanishes off the bottom of the screen.
Yep.
Wait, what is going on?
Zim!
What are you doing?
What?
Are you? Is this the TF beam? Are you becoming a Psydunk?
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. What the hell is going on? Why is there a laser beam?
I love that you glanced over at stream and that's happening.
Seda!
It's law, it's fine.
Is it gonna do anything else?
Well, where's it pointing?
Towards the volcano. Oh god, is it gonna make the volcano erupt? Are we destroying the entire city?
No, you're not destroying it, you're just making more work for yourselves, keeping yourselves in business. If everything gets covered in soot again, they're going to need someone to clean it.
Yeah, I don't think the water apes would make a statue that would destroy the world.
Damn it, Zim! Why'd you? I know you wanted to TF me. Why'd you have to zap me like that?
I mean, the water apes also aren't around anymore, so it could be like a vindictive thing.
That's true.
You know, it's a real good thing this game doesn't have fall damage.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if you're playing this game and you fall off something and just die and have to start over?
Yeah, no, you don't die. You just have to like deduct the hospital and transport fees from your
hospital bills. Yeah.
I think you die and then you have to clean up your body. That's the Viscera cleanup crossover content I was looking for.
Yeah, I love that game so much.
Oh boy.
And you see, we all be.
I think this is probably where I will be calling it for PowerWash and switching to something else.
Ooh, something good.
They've got
1 4 1 4 1.
Oh my god. Zim, do you see?
I see you standing there floating in front of the beam.
He has ascended.
I've been forever immortalized.
You're turned into a rock ruff forever.
Congratulations, you got what you wanted.
King William, we're just switching games.
Oh god, this makes too much sense, because, Jet was like an archaeologist, right?
Is this why he lost his memory? He dug up something he shouldn't have and it zapped him.
For some reason, previous versions of Jet and Dart were an archaeology site, and, Dart got zapped with, this giant marine race space laser thing.
Yeah.
Welcome to late night Pokeballs conspiracies.
Conspiracy theory. Are all
Let me
the
go ahead
humans
and read this off here. Hi, Wishy. Thanks for heading all this way out of town. It's great to catch up again. Can you believe the quality of this statue? This thing is likely over 8,000 years old. It's also directly facing Mount Rushless, almost like it's keeping watch. I guess whoever made it had an advanced mythology already. The webbed spine along the back. Is this some sort of reptile deity? Of course, these things aren't necessarily literal. The Egyptians had statues with the heads of storks and cows. Doesn't mean the pyramids were chock full of fish and hay. Having said that, have you heard of the aquatic ape theory? Some believe that we humans spend part of our African prehistory living semi-aquatically. They say it's why we're the only hairless apes with webbed hands and an insulating layer of fat under our skin. I had always thought it a fringe theory before. Doc, I don't know where you're at, but if it's anywhere near Buckingham, then you need to get out right now. Mount Rushless could blow any minute. I'm just praying I've got time to scoop up Ma and Pa first. Thanks so much for your help with the statue. We are in awe. Wait, what?
Warning.
Get out of the town!
Warning.
It's gonna blow! By the way, thank you for helping with the statue. We're in awe.
Warning.
Warning.
Seismic activity detected.
We're taken aback by the statue itself, let alone that beam of light that it fired at the volcano. So much to discover about these peoples. Like, who on earth were they? All looks pretty fishy-wishy. Oh, God.
Fishy-wishy, boo-boo.
So, Seda. Seda. Yes. You are a great friend. And I appreciate you.
I just went
enjoyed your
weakness.
company.
Get complimented.
I very much enjoy your
That's it.
company. Now, let's see. Can I? Will the hand tracker work? Can I?
No.
I love physics.
No, doesn't look like it's gonna work.
Oh.
Denied.
I was trying to reach over and pet you, but what I could do, this one. It is just move this over, and now pet. Oh crap! I didn't fade it over. There we go. Now you can see. Pet.
Mission failed. We got him next time.
At this point, I have to ask, when are the Pokeroll plushes coming?
I will say, in regards to that, I will say that I have looked into very thoroughly the possibility of plushes, and I don't think they're ever going to come.
Oh no! I've looked at them myself. It's just like, oh god.
Yeah.
I could probably commission them for people individually, but that's it.
Yeah, there's a particular problem with plushes, is that, you know, obviously there's a lot of time and effort that goes into making them.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, with the economies of scale, you either have to like get like $3,000 or $4,000 worth of plushes just to even have like a batch of like 100 made or something like that, or like 300. Sorry.
Yeah. And
then
especially at my size, good luck actually selling them.
Yep, and then like individual ones are kind of like, you know, when you have people who would be like, maybe 20, 30 people would be like, oh, well, I'd love to buy a plush. Like, you can't like say, hey, I'll sell you this plush for like $100. The economy scale is very difficult for small content creators because, like, yeah, I would love to sell like a Sata Noodle plush, for example. People have asked me about it before, and I'm not gonna lie, I would 100% like hug the death out of a Dart plush.
I would give a lot for that, just to have one personally. Our best bet is finding some creator to make them for us. But even then, as far as like that would be made by hand, which would probably cost a good, $200 ish, maybe more, depending on how big they are and complex. And I don't think I'm not that interested. I've got poor business sense on this front. I'm not that concerned about trying to make money off of the merch. It's like, I want people to have this because it's cool.
Yeah, but it's definitely like you want to kind of break even, because like you don't want to like toss like $2,000 down just to give people plushes, because I've not seen that in a year.
Yeah, and while I could just commission a plush for Zim, I think he would just say, yeah, thank you, but you could have also just let me have groceries for the month.
I gotta be honest, yeah. Like, I will say that I have my priorities there. I would absolutely be so happy to have it, but at the same time, food, I won't be able to enjoy it for long if I starve to death.
I'll end up eating it out of starvation.
Where you could go plenty long time without food. Just won't be comfortable, but no.
Yeah.
But that said, I know there is a certain person out there in chat who might be making some for us.
Plushes?
Yes. Or at least they were in chat earlier.
I thought we pixel art.
No. Like actual plushes. Ooh. Somebody else that is in chat right now.
Ooh.
I mean, to be fair, he shared he shared pictures of some, but yeah, King William. I know that I have had a merch store for years now and have sold a very tiny amount of merch.
I like on the merch side, like I've been very tempted to go through like one of like the like Stream Elements or the likes where it's a bit more baseline price and made for order, as opposed to like actually having it's complicated. Like it's very difficult
buying it's like Pantha was telling me how it's cheaper to buy it up front, and I'm like, yes, it is. But at the same time, when I am selling basically nothing, why am I going to buy a big stock of shirts that nobody may ever buy? It's what's been
insufficient storage.
Because something that I've been playing around with the idea of is trading cards. Of all the different art that I've gotten over the years, because I've gotten a lot of art to go with the channel, and I think it would be really cool to have trading cards for that. But how many people are actually going to buy them?
That's true. It's not like these cards fight each other.
Yeah.
So surprised you don't offer those as posters or something.
I do have things for posters.
Oh, well.
Yeah, on his store page.
Yeah.
It has been a while since I've been through for all those.
Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me? Well, looks like my net just died on me. Well, let's hope that it recovers. Alright, so net came back. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up this recording because it's mostly for YouTube anyways, while I wait for OBS to auto reconnect. So give me a moment, everyone.
It does appear as though the stream did decide to proper end, so I think it will be broken up anyways.
Well, that's fine, but I record on my PC itself. I don't export to Twitch. But thank you everybody for joining me for PowerWash Simulator this evening. I'm going to be hopefully continuing the stream a little longer, even though I guess nobody can actually hear in chat, but oh well. Well, in a couple of seconds they will, but anyways.
You have witnesses.
Yeah, I have witnesses. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.